Hi guys, I was trying to type in the chat and for whatever reason, the chat does not like me today and it's not loading on my computer. Let me know if you can see me because I've got like the chat going here and then hopefully visuals happening here. Okay, awesome. I don't think I can type in the chat on my phone, which is unfortunate. I have no idea how to reset the chat. I don't know. It just says connecting to chat. I don't know how the internet works. Thank you. Thank you. So we got a real ghosty thing going on today. Our book is The Curse of the Creeping Coffin. It says coffin, but the the description of the book reads, "You're off to visit your grandmother, whose house backs up to a graveyard. At first, the tombstones seem far away, but every day they move a little bit closer. Then you discover the headstones are disappearing. But the dead aren't gone. Their ghosts are moving right into your grandmother's house. If you decide to stay, you must battle a warrior ghost. And if you decide to run, one of the kid ghosts follows you home. Will you be haunted for the rest of your life? The choice is yours in this scary goosebumps adventure that's packed with over 20 super spooky endings." So here we are. I got a little graveyard behind me. I struggled a little bit with lighting today, trying to get the spooky vibes and yet also get the dark vibes. So I just have like 14 candles all around me. So hopefully we can get a little bit of this flickery action going on here. I guess we're going to get started, and hopefully I don't need to use the chat because I don't want to end this. I'm not going to burn my house down. The candles are around me in the room. They're not unattended. They're fine. There's actually only 4 candles and then a whole lot of candles that can't burn my house down. So it's fine. It's fine. We're safe here. Okay. You still seem hesitant for me not burning my house down. We'll be fine. Let's get started. It is 7:10, you guys. Remember, we are going to cheers to any page that's a year that you were born. Any super significant number, call it out. The last page of the book, that's always a good cheers one. Excuse me. You don't... I don't... I want to be like, you don't know me, but you do know me, and you know that I would leave these candles unattended and possibly burn my house down if I'd been drinking all night. So, luckily, I don't drink enough, usually, on Friday nights to leave these unattended. I do not anticipate that happening, but it's a safe call to check on me at 11:30 tonight just to make sure. Okay, let's get started. I'm bored, you moan. I'm so bored. I could eat flies just to see how they taste. That's awful. And also, I'm pretty sure I had a dream like 2 days ago where I was eating bugs or flies of some sort. So that's really weird and creepy. Flies have germs, your grandmother replies. Also weird. It's a hot, sticky day in the middle of July. You plop down into a creaky old chair in your grandmother's kitchen. Your parents dropped you off yesterday, before they left for their vacation, and already you could die of boredom. Your grandmother's old dog, Sparkle, yawns loudly. He crawls under the table. Moments later, he begins to snore. I know just how you feel, Sparkle, you say. You sigh loudly. Why don't you go outside and find something to do, your grandmother suggests. She looks up from the pie she's baking and nods towards the backyard. Go out there, you think? Into her backyard? No way. You glance out the window. It's probably 90 degrees in the shade, but you shiver. Your grandmother's house is right in front of an old cemetery. Rows and rows of old, crumbling tombstones sit just beyond the edge of her backyard. But that's not what scares you. What scares you is that the tombstones have been moving. You noticed it right after you arrived yesterday. You saw the tombstones from your bedroom window on the second floor. You could tell some of the graves had cool carvings on them, so you decided to go outside and take a closer look. But when you entered the graveyard, something was different, strange. Some of the graves were out of place. Nah, can't be, you told yourself. Graves don't disappear. But still, from your bedroom window, you could have sworn there were 6 or 7 graves in the back row. And now there are only 3. Nah, you must have counted wrong, you decided. You forget it and go to bed. When you woke up this morning and glanced out the window, the coffins had moved again. Okay, now it's weird that they were just like suddenly coffins because like you don't know what's under the ground. Maybe there's no coffin there. Now there were 10 in the back row, and the middle row seemed more crowded. It almost looks as if some of the graves were moving forward and some were moving backwards. And there was a big traffic jam in the center. The coffins were rearranging themselves. But how? And why? Your grandmother taps you on the shoulder. She snaps you out of your daydream. Go on, she says. Go play outside. Outside? Out there? You shudder as you glance out the kitchen window again. Oh no, you cry. It's disappeared. What's disappeared? Your grandmother asks. The grave with the angel on it, you screech, pointing out the window. It's gone. One headstone in particular caught your eye yesterday. It had an angel carving on it. The angel looked so realistic you practically believed she could fly away. Did she? Your grandmother peers out the kitchen window. Don't be a goose, she scolds you. That tombstone is still there. You don't answer her. You can't. Your heart is pounding crazily and your mouth has gone dry. You bolt out the back door. You've got to see for yourself. But in the graveyard, you discover that your grandmother is right. The tombstone with the angel isn't gone. It's just moved. It had been in the last row, and now it's up front. Am I losing my mind, do you think? Losing it completely? Or are you? Find out on page 4. I'm apologizing in advance for all the sniffles. My allergies have been insane the last few days. I don't think it's COVID, though. Hopefully. You run back into the house shouting. Grandma, you yell. That grave with the angel on it? Your grandmother interrupts you. You don't have to shout, dear. The angel? She looks up from her pie crust. That's a nice one. Let me see. Who was buried there? Oh, yes. That's Elmira Martin's grave. Before you can explain about the moving gravestones, a voice on the far side of the room makes you jump. The name is Elvira Martin, the voice says sharply, not Elmira. You never could get my name right. Your mouth drops open. A strange woman now stands in the doorway that leads from the kitchen into the hall. A very strange woman, because she isn't a living, breathing woman. She's a ghost. Grandma, you begin. But from the way your granny is humming to herself, you can tell she doesn't see or hear the scary visitor. And don't you stare at me, you little wretch, the ghost says, pointing at you, or you'll be sorry. What are you going to do? Suddenly, you're living in a haunted house. If you want to run outside, we'll choose option 1. If you want to talk to the ghost, we'll choose option 2. Let me see if this stuff is working. Yes, it's going to work. Okay, hang on 2 seconds, you guys. Our options are run or talk. Poll is going. Okay, viewers, you can vote on the poll that has popped up on the top. If we want to run outside, we'll choose option 1. If we want to talk to the ghost, we will choose option 2. We've got about 20 seconds left to vote, you guys. Option 2, to talk to the ghost, or option 1, to run outside. Okay. Our winner was Talk to the Ghost. We are going to page 25. Why are you here? You ask the ghost. But your grandmother thinks you're talking to her. You know why I'm here, your grandmother answers. I live here. Don't be such a goose. For some reason, your grandmother can't see Elvira. You've always wanted to have a special skill, but ghost spotting wasn't what you had in mind. You try and think of a way to ask Elvira a question without having your grandmother think you're completely crazy, but you can't. So you keep staring at the ghost. She glares at you a moment and then motions for you to follow her. You watch as she floats into the hall and up the stairs towards your room. Follow a ghost, you think? Are you nuts? Just the idea gives you a chill. If you want to follow the ghost, we'll choose option 1. If you want to run out of the house fast and go home, choose option 2. And poll is open. Vote. Okay, there's still a few seconds left to vote, you guys. Option 1, to follow the ghost upstairs. Option 2, to run home. Looks like we are following the ghost. I was like, isn't that a song? But there's probably 10,000 songs like that. There's definitely walking with the ghost. But follow the ghost is not the same. So, if I can get my sticks to stick. Nope. Okay. We're going to page 49. You follow Elvira to your room on the second floor. The moment you step into the bedroom, she slams the door and then whirls around to face you. Her eyes turn green and begin to glow. You back up, stumbling, and fall onto the bed. You little wretch, she says. I don't want any trouble from you. Sparks seem to fly from her flashing green eyes. You shrink back into the pillows. And then Elvira gazes around the room. Yes, she says. This will do nicely. Well, what do you mean? You stammer. Elvira floats towards the bed. She hovers over you. I'm taking over this room now, she tells you. Get out. You would love to leave, but you're shaking too hard to get up. Besides, you have to find out what's going on. Elvira is the only one who can explain it to you. Please, you beg. Just tell me why you're here, and why are the graves moving? Shut up, she screeches, and get off that bed. I want to lie down. I haven't slept in a bed in 51 years. Uh-oh, you realize. You aren't just dealing with a ghost here. You're dealing with a ghost in a very bad mood. You'd better do what she says on page 72. You jump up from the bed. Elvira lies down, neatly spreading her white satin dress over the covers. Her long red hair fans out across the pillow. Ah, she says, a real bed. She shuts her eyes. You hope she doesn't sleep too long. You have so many questions to ask, and you hope she'll be in a better mood when she wakes up. She dozes for exactly 2 minutes, and then her eyes pop open. You notice they aren't glowing green anymore. Ah, Elvira says, that's better. Now that she's awake, you're not sure how to begin. You're almost too freaked out to speak, but you have to know. Why are the gravestones moving? You ask, what's going on? It's the curse of the creeping coffins, the ghostly woman answers. And we're moving into this house. All of us. All of us? Gulp. What does that mean? Rush to page 106. What do you mean, all of you? You managed to stammer. You ask too many questions. Uh-oh. Elvira's eyes flash green again. Don't get in our way and maybe we'll let you live. She soars up over your head and glares down at you. And don't you go talking to that ghost hunter McFarling either, Elvira adds. In the next instant, she floats backwards and disappears into the wall. McFarling? A ghost? Oh, did I skip a word? I skipped a word. Said, don't go talking to that ghost hunter McFarling either. I don't know if that's what I said, but that's what I needed to say. McFarling, a ghost hunter? You're startled by the loud, clumping footsteps above you. You glance up at the ceiling. The light fixture is shaking. It sounds as if a whole crowd wearing clunky boots is stomping around in the attic. Who could it be? If you want to find out about McFarling, then we'll choose option 1. If you want to find out who's in the attic, we'll choose option 2. And the poll is on. 1 minute to vote, you guys. I'm trying. We got it. We got this. We're good. We're good. Why isn't my hair cute on this side, you guys? It's as if when I put it up earlier to do my makeup, I did not spin it the right way, and now it won't spin a good way. Can someone say something in the chat, just so I know that my chat is actually working here, too? Okay, hello. Thank you for saying something. The chat is working. Awesome. And the vote is up. Did I say something? Did I say anything? Say something. I should have said say anything. Ooh, I like the cat and the sunglasses. That's a solid. Don't have an any key. Oh, you might as well just toss the computer out now. If it doesn't have an any key, then that thing is worthless. So just throw it right outside. We decided to check out what was going down in the attic on page 85. Hi, friends. Thank you all for joining me tonight. I'm happy to be here with you. You decide to find out who's making all the noise in the attic. You glance around for something to use as a weapon. Let's see. Your grandmother has doilies, a rocking chair, pillows. Not much to choose from. Finally, you pick up a piece of rope that your mom used to tie your suitcase closed. You have no idea how a rope could help, but it's all you've got. That's super weird that your mom used a rope to tie your suitcase closed. Like, what kind of... I mean, I grew up poor, but, like, that's kind of jank. I don't know, man. The pounding of heavy feet over your head makes you wonder if you're making a mistake. But you have to find out who or what is in the attic. Slowly, you climb the stairs. Dust from the attic steps stirs in the air and makes you sneeze. Achoo! You say loudly. All at once, the stomping stops. The door to the attic bangs open. No, you scream when you see what's standing at the top of the stairs. Go to page 92. You can't believe your eyes. At the top of the attic stairs is a ghost horse. A huge, wild stallion with a mane flowing behind it. Foam drips from the stallion's mouth and its eyes are wild with fury. The horse backs up a step and then rears up and lets out a terrible, angry cry. Its hooves crash down, clomping loudly on the attic floor. Wait a minute, you think. Was there a horse buried in the cemetery? Then you try to remember. An extra large grave with a headstone that read, "Here lies glory, too wild for the riders of the world." No kidding, you think. This horse looks like a killer. Quick, you're going to be trampled unless you do something. But what? If you want to jump on Glory and ride him, we'll choose option 1. If you want to use the rope to lasso him, you'll choose option 2. And vote. Okay, we got 2 votes so far, but I see 11 viewers with only 2 votes, and that's pretty weak. So I feel like a bunch more you should get on this vote train here. Option 1, to ride Glory, or option 2, to try and lasso him with this rope that was on your suitcase. So you've probably got about 10 seconds left to vote. That's it. We called it. And it was a freaking tie. You guys. Can't believe you. We only have 4 votes out of 11 viewers. So I would really like to see some group participation here. I know I don't take attendance at the beginning of the stream, but I'm really expecting all of you to do your part. So I guess this time I'm going to have to break the tie, but I expect more results next time. I'm going to break the tie by saying, I don't know, if it were me, it was probably more realistic for me to try and jump on the horse than to try and figure out how to tie a lasso and actually lasso the horse in like the 2 seconds that I had. So we are going to jump on Glory and ride him on page 126. Did I ever tell you guys that I also really don't like horses? Because that's a thing. I really love like My Little Pony and unicorns, but I really don't like horses, man. Just not my thing. As the ghost horse charges at you, you grab his mane and pull yourself onto his back. Yee-haw! Ride him, cowboy! There's only one problem. An instant later, the horse turns left. And a left turn from your grandmother's attic stairway goes only one place. Straight through the stairway wall. And then outside. Uh-oh. You grip Glory's mane even tighter and shut your eyes. Okay, you think. Makes sense. A ghost horse can ride through walls. But can you? Bam! Guess not. And that's why when you open your eyes again, you're still riding Glory. You and your ghost horse charge through the moonlit sky, as you will, for eternity. It said on his tombstone Glory was too wild for the riders of the world. But face it, you aren't of this world anymore. Those days have come to an end. That is one ending, friends. One ending happening. And I just typed it in Greek because I forgot that's what my caps lock button does. So we're gonna just, you guys can read Greek. It's fine, right? Okay, I guess we're gonna try the other option and see what happens. We are going to go to page 54 and lasso Glory with all of our amazing horse skills. You start to swing the rope, hoping to lasso the wild ghost stallion. Are you kidding? Do you know how long it takes to learn how to lasso? And you don't even have that rope tied in the right kind of knot, do you? Admit it. Unless you've grown up on a dude ranch or within 200 miles of a pack of wild stallions, you don't have a flat chance of lassoing this crazed animal. So, if you were born in Colorado, Montana, or Wyoming, we turn to page 58. If you were born anywhere else, turn to page 94. If any of you were born in Colorado, Montana, or Wyoming, please speak up now or forever hold your peace, because I'm assuming the majority of us were born in Michigan, where we don't have dude ranches, and there's no wild stallions in Michigan that I'm aware of, at least. So I'll give you a couple seconds to let me know, but we're probably going with the not dude ranch option. Anyone? Nobody? Nobody? Okay. Well, we're going with real life here, and we were born anywhere else on page 94. So let me just tag this book real quick. I messed it up, but I don't care. Ooh, 94. Okay, so you're not a natural born cowboy. You're just a kid with a dumb rope in your hands and a foaming at the mouth horse about to trample you on the stairs. You wave the rope at the horse, using it like a wimpy whip. You feel so stupid, you're surprised the horse doesn't start laughing. But someone does laugh. You turn around and see a ghostly cowboy floating your way. Worst attempt I've ever seen, the cowboy says. You stare at him with your mouth open. He takes the rope from you. You want to lasso Glory, you're going to need some lessons from an expert. Me. The cowboy gives the rope a sharp yank and flick, it lands around the stallion's neck. Cool, you cheer. Can you show me how to do that? Sure thing, pardner. It literally says pardner. The cowboy answers. Now, here's what you have to do. For the next hour, the ghost cowboy teaches you all about lassoing. When you think you're ready, try to lasso Glory all by yourself on page 58. Whoosh! The rope snaps through the air with a swish. It flutters over Glory's head. The ghost stallion rears up with an angry whinny. You flick your wrist and give the rope a sharp yank. Bingo! You did it! Talk about heavy-duty lassoing. Glory snorts and stamps his hooves, nearly lifting you off the ground. But you hang on. Using all your strength, you drag the ghost horse down the stairs. You pull him into the den where your grandmother is watching television. Grandma, look, you shout. I've roped a ghost horse. Now, don't expect me to fall for that, she says. I know all about the gizmos you kids have these days. What is that? Some kind of hologram or a video game? See, I'm up to date. Hologram? Video game? Is she nuts? With a twinkle in her eye, your grandmother reaches for the TV remote control and aims it at the horse. She pushes the button. Showers of sparks shoot out of the remote. A cracking boom shakes the house. What has your grandmother done? Find out on page 9. When the dust settles, you're stunned by what you see. Glory, the ghost stallion, has doubled in size. And he was already a big horse. Neat trick, your grandmother says. That's quite a gadget. She gets up and heads for the kitchen. I'm going for a soda, she tells you. Want one? No thanks, you stammer. You stare at Glory. The giant horse towers over you, pawing the rug. What button did you push? You shout to your grandmother. Oh, I don't know, she calls back. I think it was the one that turns up the sound. Okay, you think. Maybe if I turn the sound down. Your finger hovers over the volume button. You hesitate. What if pushing the button will make the horse bigger? What if more ghost horses appear? Got a better idea? You push the volume button down. Push the button on page 5. To your amazement, it works. The horse grows smaller. Hey, cool. You push the volume button down again. Like magic, the ghost horse grows even smaller. Wow, you shout. You start pushing other buttons on the TV remote control. You can hardly wait to see what will happen. Unbelievably, when you press the channel button, the one that moves to the next channel, the ghost horse changes into something else. A ghostly kung fu master. When you push the button again, the kung fu ghost changes into the ghost of an Egyptian pharaoh. This is amazing, you exclaim. You press it one more time. Uh-oh. Big mistake. Turn to page 129. This time, the remote control changes the Egyptian pharaoh king into a Neanderthal man. You recognize him from all the science books at school. Big hairy guy, slumpy shoulders, long arms, huge wooden club. Huge wooden club? Yep. And he's swinging it at your head. Think fast. If you want to change a channel again, you'll choose option 1. If you want to try the mute button, choose option 2. Go, vote. Okay, we got about 30 seconds left to vote, you guys. Option 1 is to try changing the channel again, or option 2 is to try the mute button. Let's do this. 15 seconds. Please, please, someone break this tie for me. I don't want a tie. Someone break the tie, please. Anyone? Bueller? Okay, we did it. Teamwork makes the dream work, you guys. We had 60% of the votes go to try the mute button on page 78. You press the mute button. Instantly, the Neanderthal man disappears. Whew, close one, you think. Then you have an idea. You press the mute button again. Yep, It works just as you thought it would. The ghost of the Neanderthal reappears, and when you press it again, he disappears. You can keep switching back and forth. Now you see him, now you don't. Needless to say, this is a cool toy. You and your grandmother play with it for a few days, and then you call the local newspapers. They come out and write a story about you. Pretty soon, you're famous. Every computer game company in America and Japan wants to buy your invention. The amazing remote-controlled hologram machine. You tell them the truth. You have no idea how it works. But for $10 million, they can have the remote and the house, and they can try and figure it out for themselves. When the deal is made, you leave the remote control and the house behind. But there's still one more remote in your future. A remote island in the South Pacific. That's where you and your grandmother fly off to. Why? Just in case the company figures out that you've sold them a house full of ghosts. The end. That was 2 endings in English instead of Greek this time. Haha. That was great. That was a great ending. I'm totally into it. And sorry. Yeah, that's solid. I am like surprised. We don't usually get endings that are that like cool, I feel like. Okay, so one step back takes us back to where we first changed the Pharaoh into a Neanderthal and we muted him. We're going to try and change a channel, see what happens that way on page 111. You press the button to change the channel again. Unfortunately, you've run out of channels. Even with DirecTV, a satellite dish, and all the cable channels in the universe combined, you can only go so far. And then you hit the end of the line. 257,000 channels. And nothing on. So when you press the button for a higher channel, nothing happens. The Neanderthal man doesn't change into anything else. And you know what that means. It means you've just been hit in the head with a big, ugly club. Ow, that hurt! And he's taking aim again. Oh well. That's what you get for trying to survive this ugly episode by pushing buttons. Seriously. Didn't it ever occur to you to just duck? The end. Oh. That was 3 endings. Yeah, that one was lame. I agree. Let's see what else we got in here. We've got back to the first back to where Elvira told us not to look into the ghost hunter, and we chose to find out who was in the attic, but this time we're going to go for the ghost hunter on page 16. A ghost hunter? That is exactly what you need. But how are you going to find this McFarlane guy? You dash out of your room and run downstairs as fast as you can. You rush back into the kitchen. Grandma, you gasp, almost out of breath. Do you know someone named McFarlane? Oh, don't go talking to me about McFarlane, she says. That loon. He came around here last month. He told me he thought my house would be haunted soon. Said something about a curse, too. Can you imagine that? I don't want you going anywhere near that man. Let's face it. Granny's not going to be much help. So you race into the hall where she keeps her telephone books. You flip through the yellow pages. On a hunch, you look up ghosts. Bingo! There he is under ghost exterminations. Mac McFarling, ghost hunter. There may be hope after all. As long as you can get out of the house before Elvira finds out what you're doing. Shh. Tiptoe out the door on page 33. Luckily, everything in your grandma's small town is within biking distance. 20 minutes later, you've biked over to Mac McFarland's office, which happens to be located in his garage. You knock on the side door of the garage. Come in, a voice yells. You yank open the door. Wow, you think when you see him. Mac McFarland has frizzy, kinky blonde hair sticking out all over his head. He's wearing 6 earrings, a nose ring, a pair of heavy black frame glasses with blue lenses in them, and he's about 20 years old. So that's why your grandma didn't like him. He's cool. What's up? McFarland asks. You look like you just seen a ghost, he laughs. Sorry, just a little ghost hunting humor. You explain about Elvira and that she told you the ghosts are going to take over your grandmother's house. I've been expecting this, McFarling says, shaking his head. I tried to warn your grandmother. Can you help us, you plead? His eyes are hidden behind blue lenses. You can't tell what he's thinking. Will Mac McFarland help you? Find out on page 37. Suddenly, McFarling swings into gear. He picks up a strange electronic box and heads for the door. Come on, he says. We've got to hurry. Let's go. Finally, someone who can help you. You feel better already. McFarling jumps into his car, an old VW Bug. You hop on your bike. As you ride to your grandmother's house, he drives along beside you. He rolls down the window and talks to you the whole time. Have the gravestones been moving around? He asks. Yes, you exclaim. So you're not crazy. Why are they doing that? I'm not sure, he says. I've only seen it once before, but I think they're moving into a position to spell out some kind of message or curse. Graves can spell? That doesn't sound possible. But you're ready to believe anything now. How can we stop them? You ask Mac. It won't be easy, he tells you. You were afraid of that. Turn to page 45. First, McFarland explains, you'll have to fight the Keeper of the Sword. That's one of the ghosts. You need to get the special sword and use it to stop the MPG. What's the MPG, you ask? The most powerful ghost, McFarland says. It's a term for the spirit who has control over a graveyard. Once you have the sword, Matt continues, you must plunge it into the grave of the MPG. But you've got to hurry, because when all of the graves have moved into position to spell out the message, it'll be too late. The curse will be complete, and after that, you'll never be able to get the ghosts back into their graves. Your head is spinning from what Mac just told you, but you nod as if you understand. You've arrived at your grandmother's house. McFarling stops his car and hops out. You get off your bike and park it. McFarling faces your grandmother's house and switches on the funky electronic box he's carrying. Red dials lights up. And then you hear a loud beeping sound. Uh-oh, McFarland says. Major trouble. Give me $1. If you give McFarland $1, we'll choose option 1. If you refuse to give him money, we'll choose option 2. I feel like that's a really weird request, but go ahead and vote, you guys. Also, thanks for saying that I look cool tonight, Ace of Spades. Welcome back to the stream. We are here. We still have time to vote on this poll for probably 20 more seconds. Option 1 to give McFarland $1. Option 2 to refuse. Option 3 to give McFarland $1. Option 4 to give McFarland $1. Option 5 to give McFarland $1. Option 6 to give McFarland $1. Option 7 to give McFarland $1. Option 8 to give McFarland $1. Option 9 to give McFarland $1. Option 10 to give McFarland $1. Option 11 to give McFarland $1. Option 12 to give McFarland $1. Option 13 to give McFarland $1. Option 14 to give McFarland $1. Option 15 to give McFarland $1. Option 16 to give McFarland $1. Option 17 to give McFarland $1. Option 18 to give McFarland $1. Option 19 to give McFarland $1. Option 20 to give McFarland $1. Option 21 to give McFarland $1. Option 22 to give McFarland $1. Option 23 to give McFarland $1. Option 24 to give McFarland $1. Option 25 to give McFar Halloween look tips from you. Absolute pro. I can give you Halloween look tips or just life tips. I can do life tips. Let's do it. Okay, we were tied again this time. Although we had 6 out of 13 viewers. So that's like 40%, which is like not too bad. We are at this place where I have to make a choice. I'm gonna give the guy $1 because, like, whatever, we're a child, and if we have $1, then we probably would give it to this guy who's gonna, like, try and destroy all these ghosts in our house. So we're going to 57, you guys. You reluctantly hand McFarling a $1 bill. He folds the dollar in half twice, and then he jams it into a tiny slot on the electronic box. A minute later, the beeping stops. The box spits the $1 back out. Thanks, McFarlane says. The spirit counter was jammed. He gives the $1 back to you. Weird, you think, but it seems to have worked. Then, McFarlane stares at the red dials on his machine. Bad news, kid, McFarlane says finally. By my count, there are 10 ghosts in the house already. That's way over my limit. You're on your own. He starts to head back towards his car. Wait, you call after him. You can't leave me here. Please, you have to help me. McFarlane hesitates for a minute, and then he shrugs. Okay, he says, this is what I'm willing to do. I'll help you make a map of the graveyard. Come on. A map of the graveyard? What for, you wonder? But you don't ask questions. You just follow Mac into the cemetery and do what he tells you. An hour later, you've got a drawing of the first 4 rows of gravestones. To see the map, turn to 127. Let's see what our map looks like. Ooh, okay. Well, here's a quick peek at the map, you guys. Grandma's house, we got Rachel Young, Thomas Owen, Patrick Unger, Ben Wong, Elizabeth Ives, John Luckmeyer, Jane Luckmeyer, Mary Dawson, Gregory Ives, Archibald Swope, Nancy Ottoman, Chester Ottoman, and Robert North. Turn to page 65. You stare down at the map of gravestones in your hand, and you wonder how it can possibly help. Big trouble, Max says, peering over your shoulder. The message is already almost completely spelled out. What message, you ask, puzzled. Look at these first 4 rows, he says, pointing at the paper. The rest of the graves don't matter. That's why I didn't put them on the map. Take a pen and circle the first letter of the last name of each tombstone. It spells out a message. Don't you see it? No, you don't see. And you won't see until you do it. So do it. Turn to the map on page 127 and circle the first letter of the last name of each tombstone, and it will spell out a message or part of one. Okay, we've got YOUWILLDISOON. I'm assuming we're missing an E in there somewhere. Going to page 91. Oh no, you gasp. You stare at the map and at the message spelled out on the gravestones. You will die soon. So that's the terrible message the graves are moving around to spell. And that you is you? Or is the curse directed at your grandma? Either way, it's super bad news. Mac, you say, there's only 1 letter missing. Only 1 more coffin has to creep into place, and then the curse will be complete, Mac says. He turns and walks back to his car. Wait, you call after him. He stops, but only long enough to pull out a business card. Here, he says, call me after you defeat the Keeper of the Sword, and then I'll tell you what to do next. Then he jumps back into his VW bug, leaving you standing in front of your grandmother's house. Oh, he calls as he starts to drive off. 2 things to remember. Be sure to find out the name of the keeper of the sword. And stay away from the Luckmeyer twins. The Luckmeyer twins, you think? If you've met the Luckmeyer twins already, we would choose option 1, which we have not. So we will save this for later. And if we haven't met them, we go to page 64. Keep away from the Luckmeyer twins. That should be easy. No problem. The twins are pretty easy to spot. And then it hits you. Do they always stick together? Are they guys or girls? And how old are they? No way to know. Maybe this will be more difficult than you thought. You slink into your grandmother's house. You feel creepy knowing that the place is loaded with ghosts. And how are you going to find the keeper of the sword? You don't have a clue. Your head swims as you wander up to the 2nd floor. Bam! A door bangs open. It nearly hits you in the head. You jump back and peer into the hall closet. Don't go in there, a voice behind you warns. You whirl around and see a ghost! A teenager from another time. He's dressed in an old-fashioned black velvet suit with frilly white shirt. His hair is slicked back and combed neatly behind his ears. He's smiling, but it's a sneaky smile. Should you listen to him? If you choose to stay out of the closet, then we'll choose option 1. If you want to see what's in the closet, we'll choose option 2. And the poll is on. Go vote, you guys. I just did my Spotify Wrapped for the year, and my number 1 played song for the year was the Jeopardy theme song, because I was using Spotify to play this for the first 6 months, and I played it 714 times. And yeah, it totally threw off my whole thing, and that was hilarious for me. So we still have about 15 seconds left to vote, you guys. Option 1 is to stay out of the closet, or option 2 to see what's in the closet. It appears that we have voted to stay out of the closet. So okay, one more tag here. Going to page 12. You decide to trust the guy. He's a little weird looking, but he seems harmless, even if he is a ghost. I'm John, the boy says. You've got to get away from here. That closet is filled with horrible spirits. Quick, close the door and hide in the basement. You do as he says, slamming the closet door hard, and then you run down the stairs into the kitchen and then into the basement. Why down here, you wonder, as you look around at the damp, grungy, old basement beneath your grandmother's house. You've never liked this place. It's cold, it's dark, but even worse, there are big, ugly crickets. They get in from outside through the cracks in the basement walls, and then they hop all over the basement. You hate them. How come we have to hide down here, you ask? And then you realize that John isn't with you. John, you call? Bam! You whirl around and see the basement door slam shut. Click and lock. The ghost has locked you in. I'm just like, crickets? It's not spiders. Why would it should be spiders? But also, I got to peek at this graveyard map real quick and see if he's one of the twins we shouldn't trust. So John was a Luckmeyer. Oh, look who's right there. John Luckmeyer. We shouldn't have trusted this guy. Returning to page 20. Help, you cry. Let me out. You turn to see if there's another way out of the basement. Gross. Those disgusting crickets are hopping everywhere. There must be hundreds of them. The chirping is enough to make you crazy. They hop from the windowsills. They jump up and down the stairs. They pounce from the sink to the floor and from the floor to the chair. Jump, jump, jump. Ack, one lands on your head. Yuck, you scream, and you swipe at your head. Get off me! More greenish-brown crickets hop around your feet. You bang on the basement door. Let me out of here! You hear John snickering on the other side. What a creep, you think. And then it dawns on you. Hey, John, you call through the door. What's your last name? Luckmeyer, the ghost answers. Figures. Mac McFarland was right. Uh-oh. John Luckmeyer mumbles on the other side of the basement door. Here comes trouble. What now? You have enough trouble already. In the form of a teenage ghoul. Go to page 68. Ick! Another cricket plops on your head. Let me out, you yell again. Pounding on the door. Immediately, the door swings open. Uh-oh, the ghost was right. Trouble has arrived. In a big way. It's your grandma, and she's steaming mad. What in heaven's name are you up to, your grandmother scolds. You glance past her into the kitchen and see what she means. The whole place is a mess. Flour is scattered all over the floor. Pots and pans are stacked on the chairs and tables. Every single item that was in the refrigerator is now sitting on the kitchen counter. What on earth have you done? Your grandmother demands, pointing at the huge mess. Behind her back, you can see the ghostly John Luckmeyer with a big grin plastered across his smirking face. Quick, what are you going to tell her? If you decide to make up a story, we'll choose option 1. If you decide to tell the truth, we'll choose option 2. And the poll is open. Let's vote. We still have about 30 seconds left to vote, you guys. I've got 2 votes in, at least 7 viewers. Option 1, make up a story. Or option 2, tell the truth. I need another vote. Anybody be the tiebreaker? I got a vote. Thanks, guys. Okay, we decided to make up a story on page 71. I was trying to make dinner for you, Grandma, you say. If you told the truth, she'd think you were lying, and then you'd be in even bigger trouble. Well, your grandmother's face begins to soften. And then John Luckmeyer floats over to you. Before you realize what he's doing, John picks up one of your grandmother's best china teacups. He knocks it to the floor right by your hand, and the teacup lands with a horrible crash. Oh no! You start to open your mouth to explain, but then another ghost appears on the other side of you. This one's a girl, and she's wearing an old-fashioned, long, white linen dress. Her hair is braided, and the braids are wrapped around her head 3 times. Hello, she says with a snicker. I'm Jane Luckmeyer. Great, you think. Another one. Trapped between the Luckmeyer twins. She picks up the china saucer that goes with the teacup John just smashed. She tosses it like a frisbee across the room. Somehow, she makes it look as if you threw it. The saucer crash lands at your grandmother's feet. That's it, your grandmother says. Go to your room. Turn to page 124. You hurry into the hall and start up the stairs towards your room, but something stops you. A terrible chill is in the air. A cold, so cold, you feel as if it'll freeze your blood and bones. An instant later, 13 howling ghosts appear. They flow out of the walls and come towards you. They're in all shapes and sizes, but they have one thing in common. They are all terrifying. No, you want to cry. This can't be happening. Your knees shake so much you almost fall down, but somehow you manage to run. Ghostly arms reach for you as you race out the front door, into the front yard where the sky is growing dark. For the next 10 minutes, you huddle under a big tree trying to think. Mostly you just think one thing. Get me out of here! But you know you can't go home. Your parents are away on vacation. Besides, you can't leave your grandmother here all alone, not with those creeping coffins. Which means you've got to get back into that house. You've got to get rid of the ghosts, and you've got to find the keeper of the swords before it's too late. Go on to page 102. Using the back door, you quietly slip into the house, and then you sneak up the back staircase to the second floor. You peek around the corner carefully. You don't want to run into the Luckmeyers. When you're sure the coast is clear, you start up the stairs towards the attic. As soon as you step into the stairway, you see a huge soldier standing on top of the third floor landing. His uniform is old-fashioned, Civil War, you guess, and judging from his medals pinned to his gray jacket, this guy knows what he's doing. And what he's doing right now is pulling a sword from its holder. The sword is about 5 feet long. The handle is mother of pearl, encrusted with sapphires. The blade gleams. Even in the darkness, you can see that it's dangerously sharp. The enormous soldier points the sword at your heart. Do not advance one more step, unless you are willing to die, he booms. Go on to page 104. You can't take your eyes off the sword. The longer you stare at it, the more your legs shake. And then it dawns on you. This soldier must be the keeper of the sword. So what are you going to do? Run and hide? Definitely. Trembling in fear, you start to back up. That's when you feel a sharp point sticking you in the back, right between your shoulder blades. Ouch, you cry out, turning around. Big trouble. Behind you is another ghost. And this one's dressed in a fencing costume. White canvas pants, a wire mesh mask, leather gloves. On guard, the new ghost says. The voice echoes all around you. From the voice, you know the ghost is a woman. And then you realize something. She has a sword too. 2 ghosts, 2 swords. Both dangerous, but only one has the sword you need. Which one? If you think the fencer is the keeper of the sword, we'll choose option 1. If you think the soldier is the keeper of the sword, then we will choose option 2. Go! Okay, we got about 30 seconds left to vote. Option 1 is to go with the female fencer is the keeper of the sword. Or option 2 is the male soldier is the keeper of the sword. There's still time to vote. Okay, we have decided that we think the fencer is the keeper of the sword, and we're turning to page 99. You decide to duel the woman with the fencing costume. She's not as big as the soldier. I feel like we didn't decide to duel anyone, so I don't know. On guard yourself, you cry. You notice that as soon as you shouted at the woman, the soldier ghost vanished. The fencer glides towards you, approaching slowly. You feel around desperately for something you can use as a weapon. The whole time you keep your eyes glued to the sharp tip of her sword, or rather, her foil. That's what a fencing sword is called. Also, doesn't a fencing sword have like a little ball on the end so it can't actually like stab you? So like it may not be dangerous. I don't know. I don't know about fencing. The fencer keeps coming towards you, slowly. Slowly. Beads of sweat break out along your upper lip. The tip of the foil wavers slightly, as if the fencer were deciding on the perfect spot to stab you. Finally, your fingers grasp something leaning against the wall. An umbrella. It's not much, but it'll have to do. You grab it and strike a fencing pose. On guard, you shout again. The fencer freezes, her foil raised. And then in a flash, she lunges at you. Quick, find out if you're still alive on page 122. Are we still alive? I don't know. The tip of the blade slices right through your neck. Okay, you can open your eyes now. Good news, you're still alive. And you never felt a thing. You know why? The fencer is a ghost. She's not solid. She's airy, see-through, and so is her weapon. You pick up your umbrella and slice back. You lunge forward, poking your umbrella right between her ribs. But your umbrella has the same effect on her as the foil has on you. None. There's no point in keeping up this duel. Neither of you can win. You put down the umbrella. Are you the keeper of the sword? You ask her. Yes, she says. She reaches up and pulls off her mask. You gasp, and your stomach turns over. She doesn't have a face. Because she doesn't have a head. Yes, this is the sword you need, she tells you. You wonder where her voice is coming from. And I will give it to you, if you can find my head. Is she kidding? What are the chances? Maybe you should just try and grab the sword. If you want to try and grab the sword, then we're choosing option 1. If you want to look for her head, we'll choose option 2. And in 2 seconds, we will vote. That's my look. Just the Picard face palm. It's fine. It's fine. She'll only give it to you for her head, though. It's very specific. We still have about 30 seconds left to vote, you guys. Option 1, to grab the sword, or option 2, to look for her head. I got 2 votes out of 6 viewers. Okay, 3 votes out of 6 viewers. 4 votes out of 6 viewers. I need a tiebreaker. You got like 10 seconds left to tie break for me. Anyone, please tie break for me. We didn't do it. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and go, since we're tied, I'm gonna go for the look for her head route, because I feel like if I try and grab the sword, my hand will just literally go through it, because the sword already couldn't, like, get me. So, I don't think that's gonna be useful. We're going to page 62. Okay, you tell her. I'll find your head. Wait here. But where should you look? You dash up the stairs to the attic. It's the only room you haven't been in since you arrived, and you definitely would have noticed a head if you had seen one. You rummage around in the attic. You search through everything twice. Trunks of old clothes, piles of furniture, golf clubs. No ghost head. You glance around the dusty room. Think. There may not be much time left. If I were a ghost head, where would I be? You ask yourself. You suddenly spot a large moose head sitting on the floor by a broken chair. You kneel down to examine the moth-eaten moose head. Up close, it looks even worse. The antlers are cracked and one eye is missing. It's filthy and has a musty odor. It's not even human. But what choice do you have? It's the only head here. Besides, you're in a big hurry. You've got to get the sword before the coffins creep again. You grab the moose head and race downstairs. You only hope the keeper of the sword won't be furious when she sees the head that you brought her. Cross your fingers for luck and turn to page 80. Ooh, I am not confident in our choice. I found the head, you call when you reach the landing. You clutch the moose nervously. You peer into the darkness, trying to find the headless ghost. The woman's body materializes on the steps below you. Good, her voice says. You still can't figure out how she can talk. Just set it down right there, on the stairs. Really, you think? This is gonna work? Maybe the ghost hasn't seen the moose head yet? What will she do when she discovers what you've done? Trembling, you set the moose head down on the bottom step and you hold your breath. For a moment, nothing happens. And then the moose head begins to shake. At first, it just rocks back and forth a little, but soon it starts to vibrate wildly. The moose head begins to glow as if there were lights inside of it. And then a ghostly woman's face appears inside the moose head. You can't believe it. But there it is, the face of a beautiful young woman trapped within the dusty old moose head. Wow, you did it. You actually found her head. Turn to page 51. You stare at the glowing, ghostly face. Your mouth drops open as the face rises out of the moose head. The woman's face floats up and hangs in midair right in front of you. Thank you, the head says. You have released me from my trap. Her eyes are large and bright blue. Her ruby lips shimmer in the darkness. Her long black hair hangs down, falling below her neck. Her neck, you glance at it, and try not to scream. Torn flesh dangles from the bottom of her neck. Blood drips from the ragged edges. Suddenly, you realize what you're seeing. It looks as if her head has been chopped off. Try not to faint and turn to page 41. Your stomach turns at the sight of her bloody neck. And then you notice the ghost's body is still hovering below you. It floats up the steps and somehow attaches to her head. Thank you, she says once she's in one piece. She hands you her foil. I am the keeper of the sword. Take this and use it as you will. Now I must return to my grave. You remember Mac McFarlane's instructions. Wait, you call. What's your name? Sarah, she whispers as her form fades away, and then she's gone. You run to the phone and dial McFarlane's number. When he answers, you tell him you've got the sword. Good, McFarlane says. Listen carefully. Find her grave in the graveyard and write down the year of her death. It's a special number. You'll need it. And then plunge her sword into the grave of the MPG. That's the only way to keep the graves from spelling out the curse. But how do I find the MPG, you ask? Oops, McFarlane says. Call waiting. Gotta go. He hangs up. Call waiting, you think? What a liar. He just doesn't know how to help you find the MPG. Now what? If you go to the graveyard, choose option 1. If you think the MPG will come to you, then choose option 2. Okay, so we're going to go to the graveyard or stay here, I guess. And that's the vote. Let's do it. We still have like 25 seconds left to vote. Do we want to go to the graveyard? Choose option 1. Or if we think the MPG will come to us, then we'll choose option 2. Although I'm like, if the MPG comes to us, how are we gonna stick the sword in his grave? So that doesn't really make sense, I guess. But here we are. Looks like everyone has some good brains tonight because everybody chose graveyard, and that is the choice that makes sense to me. We're going to page 96. You race out to the graveyard. You've got to find the fencing woman's grave fast, and then it hits you. You only know her first name, Sarah. Sarah who? You run up and down the rows of tombstones, searching for a grave marked Sarah. Naturally, you find 2. One is Sarah Grayson, born 1820, died 1895. The other is Sarah McGinnis, born 1918, died 1940. It's up to you. Which is the right Sarah? Think very carefully and pick one. You balance the sword under one arm and feel around in your pockets. You pull a broken pencil from your jeans, and you glance down and find a crumpled gum wrapper on the ground. That's crazy coincidence, but okay. You grab it with shaking fingers and you write down the year of Sarah's death. Let's hope you choose correctly. Have you written down the date of Sarah's death? Good, because something terrifying is happening behind you. You really don't want to keep your back turned, so put your pencil down and turn to page 114 if you dare. Okay, let me write down this date real quick. Okay, 1895 or 1940. Okay, we got some options. We're going to 114. You don't like the prickly feeling at the back of your neck. You turn around slowly and gasp. The coffins have moved again. You can tell because you've wandered to the front of the graveyard. You're standing by the first row, a row that spelled out Y-O-U in the curse. The row that used to have only 3 tombstones, but now the front row is crowded with graves, 7 of them. 4 more coffins have creeped into place. You glance towards the back of the graveyard and notice new empty spots. It's true. The tombstones are spelling again. Your heart pounds as you run along the row, reading the 4 new names, trying to see what the new initials spell out. Bannister, Oswald, Thackeray, Hamilton. Both. Oh no! The message reads, "You both will die soon." Quick, hurry to page 31. I love that Thackeray was one of the options because I have my baby, Miss Thackeray Binks. This book was copyright 1996. I don't know when Hocus Pocus was copyrighted, but I think it was earlier than that. Your throat tightens in terror. Your heart pounds wildly. Both you and your grandmother are cursed now. Your granny can't even see the ghosts. She won't be able to save herself. It's all up to you. You grip the sword so hard your hand cramps. You've got to stop the coffins from moving again. And you've got to do it now, before the final coffin moves into place and the curse is complete. But who is the most powerful ghost? One more letter, you mutter. Only one more letter is needed to spell out the message. The last letter in the word die, the letter E. And then it hits you. The most powerful ghost must be someone whose last name starts with an E. That's it. You may live after all. You run through the graveyard looking at the tombstone, searching for E's. But which one is the MPG? You could guess, or you could go into the house and ask Elvira for help. Okay, I need a potty break. So I'm going to put the vote up, and then I'm going to run away for like 2 minutes, and I'll be back. Option 1 is we're just going to guess which one is the most powerful ghost. And option 2 is that we are going to ask Elvira for help. So I'm starting the poll. And I will BRB shortly. Vote, you guys. Vote. Okay, I made it back. We're back. Okay. Let's get in place here. Did that thing go? I need someone to tell me the results of the poll because it's gone already. Did anyone see them? Please. Thank you. Do we have to vote again? Anyone? Is anyone there? Does anyone see? I got nothing. I don't know what you guys did while I was gone. Is anyone here? Marco! You're supposed to say polo. It was a tie. Of course it was a tie. Gosh dang. Okay. So, I guess I'm going to go with asking Elvira for help because I feel like it might lead us in like a time loop situation. So I'm like cool with that. Let's check that out. So I guess we're going to go to page 28. You decide to play it safe by asking Elvira for help. You turn and race into the house. Your grandmother is watching TV in the den. You dash past her. She doesn't even look up from her program. The eerie light from the television is the only light in the whole house. You hurry up the back stairs to your room. You've got to find the MPG. And there's only one person or ghost who might be able to help you. You flip on a light in your small guest bedroom. A piercing shriek shatters the night. Now what? Cover your ears and turn to page 15. Turn off that stupid light, Elvira screams. I'm trying to get some sleep. Sorry! You quickly flick off the light, but you don't have any trouble seeing Elvira. She glows in the dark. I have to ask you something, you tell her, but she pulls the pillow over her face. This isn't going to be easy. She's one sleepy ghost. And then you have an idea. You flick on the light again. Elvira sits straight up and lets out a piercing wail. Elvira, you say, I'll turn off the light if you'll answer one teeny question, and then you can sleep as long as you want. I promise. Her eyes begin to glow green again, but she looks very sleepy. Maybe she'll be too tired to hurt you. Who's the most powerful ghost in the graveyard? You blurt out. Elvira blinks a bit. She says. I'd say Melvin Epstip's boy. He does tend to rule us with an iron hand. The Epstep? The Estep boy, you mutter? But there are two of them. Melvin II and Brandon. Which one? But Elvira doesn't answer. She's fast asleep. And you promised you wouldn't wake her up again. You always keep a promise. Hurry to page 43. You turn and run out of the room, leaving Elvira snoring peacefully in your bed. You head back to the graveyard. You're going to have to take a chance on one of the Estep boys, and fast, before the graves move again. Only one letter left before the curse is complete. That's what keeps going through your head. When you reach the graveyard, you're almost out of breath from running up and down the stairs so many times. But the sight that greets you nearly takes your breath away completely. You think you might faint. The graveyard is filled with ghosts. Horrible ghosts. One of them, an old man with long, stringy hair, carries an axe. A woman sobs. A head without a body passes, and then a body without a head. Each ghost is worse than the last. And then you remember the fencing foil in your hands, and you raise the sword to fend them off. It works. They float all around the graveyard, but they don't come near you. You run straight for the Estep graves. But which one? Melvin II or Brandon? You've got to choose. Okay, are we picking Melvin II or Brandon? Choose option 1 for Melvin II or choose option 2 for Brandon Estep. I have to put a question mark in. And please vote now. Maybe. Yes, vote now. There's still about 20 seconds left to vote. I've only got one vote so far out of the 6 of you. One vote. Come on. I know you're here watching this, so please help me. Help me, I'm poor. Isn't that funny? Anyone? Dude, we only got one vote. I'm ashamed of you guys, except for the one person who voted, and I love you forever. But I guess we're going with Brandon on page 47. You cross your fingers and decide to take a chance on Brendan Estep. You run over to his tombstone and stand in front of it. You hold the sword in both hands like a dagger, with the point down. Your hands tremble so much you're afraid you'll drop the sword. You tighten your grip and take a deep breath. And then you raise the sword above Brandon's grave and prepare to plunge it into the ground. But something stops you. What happened? Find out on page 36. You hear a booming crack. In the next instant, the ghost of Brandon Estep rises out of his grave. Is he the MPG? Have you chosen the right Estep? You peer at Brandon as he floats towards you. He's a young guy, wearing a black leather motorcycle jacket with heavy metal spikes and chains and a metal hand. A metal hand? A chill of terror runs through you. This must be him, the most powerful ghost, the ghost with the iron hand. You raise the foil again, but the ghost lunges at you and grabs your arm with his iron hand. Your arm freezes. You can't move. For a moment, you panic, and then you remember what McFarlane told you, the date of Sarah's death. It's magic somehow. Did you write down the date like McFarlane told you? Good. Then find the date and add up all 4 digits in the year. What's the new number? Well, that's your next page number. Turn to that page. If you don't remember the date, turn to page 96 and choose one of Sarah's and add up the digits in the year to the death and turn to that page. Okay, so there were 2 of them. One was 1895. Hang on. Let me try and do this. 8 plus 9 is 17 plus 5 is 22. So 1 equals 23. And then 1940 equals 13 plus 1 equals 14. Okay. So are we going to go with 1895 equals 23 or 1940 equals 14? Which Sarah is the right Sarah? Vote. Now, friends. The poll is approximately half over. We've got about maybe 20 seconds left to vote. Choose option 1 for the Sarah that died in 1895, or choose option 2 for the Sarah that died in 1940. I'm real sad we've only got 1 voter left at this point, you guys. I appreciate that 1 voter so much. But it'd be cool if we had more than 1 voter. Who's my voter? Tell me who you are. I want to know. I close it out. I don't know which one we voted for. Oh my god, I'm stupid. I failed this all. I think the vote was for the 1941. No. There's a cat down here causing problems. Who voted? Luda voted. Which one did you vote for? Because I already lost it. I'm so sorry because I'm just failing at everything. The page 23, was that the one you voted for? I don't remember. I think it was 23. I'm going to go to 23 and hope that that's the right page. Okay, good. Okay, 23. Good work. You added right. The numbers and the date of Sarah Grayson's death add up to 23. But there's just one problem. A big one. You've got the wrong Sarah. Damn it. Figure it out. Sarah Grayson was born in 1820 and died in 1895. That made her 75 years old when she died. But the ghost you saw, the fencing woman, was young, remember? Long black hair, ruby lips. Not an old lady, a young one. which means the most powerful ghost has you in his powerful iron grip, and you've got no magical number to get out of it. Uh-oh. Okay, you'll get a break this time. Go back to the graveyard and pick again. Choose the younger Sarah this time. Add up the 3 digits to the year of her death and turn to that page. Okay, so we're going to go to 14. Okay. So, I don't know. Either way, I don't know which one we chose. But here we are. Congratulations! You picked the right Sarah on page 14. Sarah McGinnis was born 1918, died in 1940 at the age of 22. You knew she was the right one because the fencing ghost was a young beauty, so she must have died young. The other Sarah in the graveyard lived to be 75 years old. Very clever of you to figure it out. Suddenly, you hear her voice. It fills your ears. I am the keeper of the sword, she calls to you from her grave. Let my foil do the work. Let go. Let go? Weird, you think, but you do it. As soon as the foil leaves your hands, it floats in midair and then plunges itself deeply into the earth. Into Brandon Estep's grave. Ah! The ghost cries. His shimmering body begins to fade and then disappears back into the earth. Your eyes open wide and your mouth drops open as you gaze at an amazing sight. The coffins are creeping again, back to their original positions. You did it! The curse has been defeated. But there's only one problem. Brandon's ghostly body is gone, but his iron fist is still clutching your arm. Turn to page 86. McFarling never told you what to do about an iron hand. Help, you scream. Help! But who can help you in a graveyard? You try to yank the metal hand off your arm, but you can't do it. Its grip is too strong. Help, you cry again, but your scream dies in your throat. You're too terrified to make a sound because the hand is moving. The iron fist creeps along your arm. It clutches your flesh so hard you can already feel the bruises. The glinting metal hand travels up to your throat. Horrified, you watch helplessly as the iron fingers, with a clinking sound, and then snap around your neck. It's strangling you. You've got to do something fast. Turn to page 116. The metal hand clutching your throat is squeezing the life out of you. You don't have much time left. And then you see it. The sword. It has lifted itself out of the ground and is once again floating in midair. The sword helped before. Maybe it can help you again. Stretching your arm as far as you can, you reach for the sword. You nearly topple over, but you manage to grab the handle. Now that you have the sword, you're not sure what to do with it. But you have to do something. The fingers are tightening and tightening. You've got to get some space between your throat and the metal fingers. You bring the sword up to your neck. Trying to avoid slicing your own throat, you jostle and jiggle the sword through the fingers of the metal hand. Finally, the blade pokes up through the iron fist, and the tip is under your nose. The sword is jammed between your skin and the cold metal of Brandon Estep's hand. The iron hand releases your throat. The sword and the hand clatter to the ground. It's over. Well, maybe not. The moment the sword hits the dirt, you hear a sound. An almost deafening sound. Hold your ears and turn to 131. Bong! 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 What is that? Some kind of clock tower? Bong! 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 The chime strikes 12 times. At exactly midnight, the iron hand and the sword vanish, and your grandmother appears in the doorway of her house. Why, listen to that, she exclaims. It's the clock tower in the church. That clock hasn't chimed in years. Really, you say? your eyes growing wide. Your grandfather nods. Not since Brennan Etstep died. He crashed his motorcycle in the graveyard. Wild boy. But he loved that clock tower. He had helped his father build it, so everyone said Brandon haunted this place, and that's why the clock wouldn't chime. Of course, that's a lot of nonsense. Nonsense? No way, you think. They tried to fix the clock 1,000,000 times, your grandmother goes on, but it never worked. I wonder why it started chiming now. You're pretty sure you know the answer to that. Go to page 120. I guess Brandon's ghost is finally at rest, you say. You gaze around and you see that the tombstones are all back where they belong. In fact, the whole graveyard looks kind of sleepy and peaceful. Oh, don't be a goose, your grandmother scolds. There are no ghosts. Next you'll be telling me that the ghost of Elmira Martin is taking a nap in your room. Elvira? You'd forgotten about her. But you figure the other ghosts returned to their graves. Elvira did too. Your grandmother yawns. Come on, she says sleepily. It's way past both our bedtimes. You and your grandmother go inside. You say goodnight and climb the stairs to your bedroom. What a day, you think, flopping down on the soft bed. Watch it, a familiar voice echoes through the room. A lump under the comforter slowly materializes. Elvira? Don't hog the covers, she snaps. She yanks the blanket under you so hard you roll right out of the bed. You've heard of bad roommates, but this is ridiculous. Well, you'll just have to learn to get along because Elvira is here for eternity, and your days of having your own room have come to an end. Dude, you guys, I don't even remember how many endings that was. Was that only ending 4? We just went on like the longest streak ever without an ending, I feel like. Because we've been here for almost 2 hours and only had 4 endings. So this is kind of nuts. I don't know here, you guys. But I mean, we got a lot of tabs to go back through. That was kind of a cool ending, though. It was good. I liked it. Let's work our way back. Okay. So the last one was the Sarah's death days, which we ended up going through both of them. So we can skip that guy. The one before was we chose Brandon Epstep over the Melvin Epstep II. So we're going to go check out Melvin's grave and see what happens that way on page 27. I feel like there's a good chance we're just going to go like end. I don't know. You plunge your sword into Melvin Epstep II's grave. The moment the foil pierces the ground, Melvin Epstep II rises out of the earth. Ooh, really bad choice. He's not the MPG. He's the MHG, the most horrible ghost. As the stinking mist that surrounds him begins to clear, you can see he has no face. There's just a skull, filled with rats. The squealing rodents pop out of his eye sockets. They run up and down his cheekbones and in through his grinning mouth. He rises up, towering over you. He's huge. You sink to your knees in terror. No, you whimper. He's covered in shredded rags, teeming with bugs. Strips of rotting flesh fall from his skeletal body. He lifts his horrible skull head to the sky and lets out an unearthly moan. And then he fixes his rat-filled eye sockets on you. And then his bloody hands reach for your throat. Face it, what happens next is too gross, even for you. You better close the book for now. and open it again when you can survive all the way to the end. Ooh, that was a gross one. Okay, that was ending 5. That was gross. Ooh, let's see what else we got. That was not the page we were on. Okay, so the last time we had the choice of guessing between the 2 EP steps or asking Elvira, and we went to ask Elvira for help, so we're going to guess instead on page 48. Time is running out. The last coffin could creep into place before you can even cross over to a grave. And then it will be all over for you and your grandmother. You're too terrified to think, so you decide to guess. Well, what are you waiting for? Go ahead and guess. Which one is the most powerful ghost? Melvin Epstep, Melvin Epstep II, or Brandon Epstep? So considering we've already checked Brandon and Melvin too, let's see what happens with Melvin Sr. on page 34. You run over to Melvin Epstep's grave and plunge your sword into the ground and wait. Nothing happens. Does that mean you've actually done it? Did you put an end to the curse of the creeping coffins? You step back from the grave, leaving the sword standing straight up from the dirt. You take a deep breath. Could it really be over? Suddenly, one of the other 2 coffins, one of the other Epsteps, starts to move. Oh no, you chose the wrong Epstep. It's all over. All right? All over for you. Before your astonished eyes, the headstone creeps across the graveyard. Within seconds, it reaches the 3rd row. When the headstone stops creeping, the word D-I-E is complete. And so is your adventure in this book. Complete, finished, done. As in, the end. P.S. Here's a hint. Next time you try to defeat the creeping coffins, ask Elvira for help. Don't leave so much to chance. Ooh. Okay, ending 6. Let's back it up. We are now, McFarlane told us to find Sarah's grave in the graveyard, and it's a special number. And we had to look for the MPG, and we went to the graveyard. This time we are going to think the MPG will come to us and turn to 125. You decide to sit down and wait. If the MPG is so powerful, you think, then let him come to me. With the fencing foil in your hand, you plop down on a chair in the hall. Sparkle, your grandma's mutt, comes and sits at your feet. You feel better knowing someone's on your side, even if it's just an old dog. I also love this dog's name. Like, I'm not going to have a dog, but maybe if I get another new pet at some point, I will name it Sparkle because that's a great name. A loud knocking begins inside the walls. A moment later, a ghost floats through the wall towards you. A creepy ghost without eyes. Ooh, he moans sadly. He hovers closer. You stand up and hold out the foil. Your hands tremble. Is this the MPG? Sparkle jumps to his feet too. Arf! 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 The dog barks. The ghost instantly disappears. Did Sparkle do that? Hey, Sparkle, you say, patting the dog's head. Good job. A minute later, you hear a terrible groaning sound. Another ghost appears in the hall. This one has worms crawling all over his face. A low growl begins in Sparkle's throat. Will it work again? Will Sparkle scare away the ghost? Find out on page 103. Get him, Sparkle, you shout.
Playing from a magic album.
I ruined it. Get him, Sparkle, you shout. The hideous ghost floats towards you. The worms wriggle through his matted hair. This guy is gross. Woof! Sparkle barks right in the ghost's disgusting face. Nothing happens. Again, Sparkle, you command. But Sparkle tucks his tail between his legs, whimpers, and slinks away. Sparkle, come back, you call. But it's no use. That's one terrified mutt. You turn to face the wormy ghost. The ghost brings his face right next to yours. The worms wriggle from the ghost to you. They crawl in your mouth, up your nose, and in your eyes. Is it possible to die from being totally grossed out? Well, even if it isn't, the worms make it impossible for you to breathe, making this the end. Ooh, ending 7! This book, I have to say, is one of the grossest books we've done so far. A lot of them are just like, everything goes black and you don't wake back up. But this one's kind of gross. Okay, we are back to where we first met the fencing ghost, and she told us to look for her head. So we had the option to look for her head or try and just grab the sword from her, and we chose to look for her head. We're going to try and just grab the sword and see what happens on page 21. You try to grab at her sword, but you get a handful of nothing. The sword has no substance. It isn't solid. It's just air. The woman laughs. How could she do that without a head? My sword is nothing without me, she says mysteriously. And I am nothing without my head. If you want the sword, you must find my head. You heard the woman. What are you waiting for? Go find her head. Now. Go to page 62. Okay, that takes us in a time loop. That's our first time loop. Oh, I'm cracking you up today? I hope so. Why am I so funny? I don't think I'm that funny. I'm just here covered in white face paint because I have nothing better to do because I'm on quarantine again. And because I love you guys. And this is the only way we can hang out. So, okay. So we moved back. Because we obviously had to look for her head. We chose that the fencer was the keeper of the sword. This time we're going to choose the obviously wrong choice, that it's the soldier, on page 118, and see what he has to say. Probably something douchey because he's a boy ghost, but that's fine. You decide the enormous Civil War soldier must be the keeper of the sword. You face him, and the fencing ghost behind you vanishes. You can't seem to lift your eyes from the sharp blade of the soldier's weapon. Are you the keeper of the sword? You ask him, your voice trembling. No, he bellows. And then he lunges forward and charges at you. Ah! You scream in terror and turn and run for your life. Down the stairs, out the front door, into the night. You don't look back. But you don't have to. You can hear the ghostly soldier behind you. His heavy boots thud against the ground. You dash across the front yard towards the road. You manage to put some distance between you and the ghost, but then something grabs your foot. Smack! Your hands hit the gravel at the side of the road and you fall flat on your face. You glance down to see what made you fall. Just a gnarled tree root. Prepare to die, the soldier shouts as he stomps towards you. Quick, rush to page 24. The Civil War soldier raises his huge sword. You quickly roll out of the way. The sword plunges into the ground, and you scramble to your feet and run as the soldier wrestles the blade out of the dirt. Where can you go? What can you do? Your heart pounds as you race down the road towards town. Maybe you can get help. Maybe the police will drive by. Maybe someone besides you will see the Civil War soldier and do something to save you. Maybe not. You see two choices up ahead. There's a small bridge that crosses a narrow river. If you run to the bridge, maybe you can hide under it. You also see a small red barn across the street. It's behind the farmhouse across from your grandmother's house. Another good hiding place. Which is it? The bridge or the barn? If you want to go hide under the bridge, choose option 1. If you want to go hide in the barn, if I can type, barn, choose option 2. And go. Maybe. The poll is going. That's the wrong song. That's the wrong song too. That's the right song. The poll is 1/4 over. Please vote. Option 1, run to the bridge. Option 2, hide in the barn. Let's see what happens. I got no votes. Well, you said barn, but I figured this time I kind of started doing this so you could just see my face better, because I feel like I'm way back here and I just want you to see, like, no one has voted. I feel like you're the only one voting. And it says there's 6 people here. And I don't know who these 6 people are, but apparently it's just me and Luda. I don't know. I mean, if you guys don't want your votes counted, if you don't want to participate in the game, I guess that's your bad. But, like, I mean, it might be more fun if you want to participate. So we're going to go hide in that barn on page 55. Oh, why don't you have the chat on the side? How do you even do it? I don't know how it looks. I've never joined from the other side. I have no idea what you guys are seeing. Okay, 55. You race across the lawn and over the hill to the small barn. You swing open the doors. Instantly, more than 40 chickens flap down out of the rafters at you. Feathers fly everywhere. Achoo! The feathers tickle your nose. They get in your mouth and you swipe at the downery tufts. The clucking is so loud you cover your ears, and then you cover your head. Ah! You scream. The chickens are swooping towards your hair. Huh? Why are they swooping towards your hair? You've heard that bats will fly at people and get tangled in their hair, but chickens? There's definitely something weird going on with these birds. Turn to page 97. Congratulations on your new dishwasher. That's like a really great thing. Luckily, my house came with one, and it's been solid so far, so I feel you. Get away from me, you shout. You duck and twist, trying to avoid the diving chickens. They squawk and flap their wings. One bird lands on your shoulder, and its claws dig into your clothes. Hey, you yell at it. You try shaking it off, but it clings to you. And you notice other chickens hovering nearby. You reach up to grab the stupid bird, but something stops you. Could it be? Is the chicken smiling at you? You peer closely at the bird. Uh-oh. That chicken isn't smiling. It's baring its teeth. But chickens don't have teeth. And they sure don't have fangs. That's right. Fangs. Guess what? These aren't ordinary chickens. These are vampire chickens. And the bird on your shoulder is leaning closer and closer and closer. Chomp! Being bitten by a vampire chicken puts you in a foul mood. Foul mood. Oh well. Better cluck next time. The end. Dude, you guys, this might be my favorite ending of all time. Like, I'm pretty sure the vampire chicken death is my favorite of all time. Oh my gosh. So that was ending number 8. Vampire chicken death. Cheers, you guys. That's a new one, I guess. If we continue to have vampire chicken deaths, then that'll be our new cheers for the future. Okay. So we are going to go check out the bridge instead of the vampire chicken barn on page 32. The bridge looks good to you. You can slip down the bank to the river and hide underneath it. You might be able to sneak around and change directions. Maybe you'll lose the soldier after all. But before you even reach the riverbank, you feel a heavy hand on your shoulder. "Halt, traitor," the soldier cries. "No," you scream, twisting away. You stumble a bit and lurch forward out of his grasp. You keep running. Finally, you reach the bridge. But the soldier is right behind you. He swings his sword wildly at you, as if to cut off your head. "No!" you cry again, jumping backwards. Uh-oh. Backwards wasn't a good idea. You've just leapt off the bridge. And it's a long way down. Oh, that hurt. You have a 50-50 chance of surviving that fall. Remember what page you're on. Page 32. And toss this book up into the air. If it lands with the front cover facing up, we'll go to page 105. If it lands with the cover face down, we go to page 69. Okay, we're on 32. And I'm just going to... It landed this way. We're going to page 69. Cheers to page 69, everyone. I hope you guys all also have amazing skull drinks only. We only have skull drinks here for Goosebump stream. The book lands with the front cover down. Lucky you. You survived the fall off the bridge. But don't kid yourself. You're pretty bruised and scratched up. Ow, you moan as you lie on the rocky banks of the river. Mistake. You shouldn't have moaned. Now the soldier knows where you are. In a flash, he jumps off the bridge and towers over you. "Prepare to die," he shouts. Can't this guy think of anything else to say? Then he finishes you off with one thrust of that beautiful mother of pearl handled sapphire encrusted sword. Hey, don't look so surprised. We said there was a 50-50 chance of surviving the fall. We didn't say anything about surviving the book. The end. Is that the most gratuitous ending? With him finishing us off with one thrust of that beautiful mother of pearl handled sapphire encrusted sword. That was a thing. That was ending 9. You guys, we haven't even gotten back to the beginning to take the other one. I don't know if this book is long or if the other storyline is just real short, but we got a ways to go with apparently just Luda and I, even though Twitch is telling me that there are 7 viewers. I don't know. Not the viewer count. Where are we at? We chose... Oh, Grandma found us in the basement. And now we are... we decided to make up a story to tell her about everything that was happening. And instead, we're going to decide to tell the truth. Because that matters, apparently. We're going to page 112. Do you think Grandma's gonna believe us? I don't know, man. You decide to tell your grandmother the truth. Wait a minute. Are you kidding? You're gonna tell your grandmother that her house is haunted, that the big mess in the kitchen was a ghoulish prank, and that there are so many ghosts around that Mac McFarlane, professional ghost hunter, wouldn't take the case. You're really gonna tell her all that? Oh, really? Well, just try it. Go tell your parents or your grandparents the same story. See if they believe you. When they get done laughing, you can start reading again on page 71. And try to learn a little lesson from this. You should always try to tell the truth. But sometimes the truth is too unbelievable to tell. Like anytime ghosts are involved. That's when you have to be a little creative. Turn to page 71. That's our second time loop where we tell Grandma that we're trying to make her dinner. Okay, where are we at? This is where Elvira tells us to keep away from the Luckmeyer twins. And, the door banged open, and this guy told me, oh, what do you say? Don't go in there, a voice behind you warns. You whirl around and see a ghost. So the ghost told you to stay out of the closet, or we can see what's in the closet. And we chose to stay out of the closet last time. So we're going to see what's in the closet on page 26. You're going to trust a ghost? No way. Who knows what he's got up his ruffled sleeve? If this ghost doesn't want you to see what's in the closet, you bet it's something that can help you unhaunt your grandmother's house. You peer into the dark closet. You don't see anything. You glance back at the ghost. He seems nervous. Good. You walk right into the closet. Ah! There's nothing under your feet but air. You desperately try to grab hold of something, anything, but it's no use. You're falling down, down, down into darkness. See, your grandmother has turned this closet into a clothes chute. She opens the door and tosses her dirty laundry in. The clothes fall straight down into the basement. That's where the washer is. It's a 2-story drop. Get the picture? Now, how would you like to be washed? Hot water or cold? With or without bleach? Because it's time to clean up your act, kid. You're all washed up in this ghost hunting business. The end. Ooh, no. Okay. That was ending 10. That was kind of a lame one, but whatever, I guess. We still got more. We're good. We got plenty of time. It's only 9:17. Okay, now we're back to the point where McFarlane had his like ghost machine. He's like, give me $1. And we chose to give him $1. And this time we're going to be like, nah, we're not giving you money, man. On page 74. Maybe your grandmother was right. Maybe this guy can't be trusted. Maybe he's a scam artist. What do you want $1 for? You ask him. But before he can answer, the funky electronic box beeps one more time. Real loud. Then, all of a sudden, the lid on the top flips open and a small plastic hand pops out. Cool, you think. You've seen these things before. It's a gag bank. Your uncle had one, but his used dimes. It was like a small plastic box with a slot on the top, just like McFarlane's gadget. When you put a dime in the slot, a lid would fly open and a plastic hand would pop out. The hand would grab the dime and pull it into the box. It cracked you up. But why is McFarlane playing around with a trick bank? You're supposed to be hunting ghosts. Give me $1! McFarlane screams frantically. But before you can answer him, the plastic hand reaches farther out of the box and grabs you by the throat. In the next instant, it pulls you into the box. You don't think your uncle's bank worked like this. Too bad you didn't have $1 when you needed it. The end. Ooh, 11 endings. Oh. Okay, we are back to the part where we're trying to rope the horse stallion. And we said we were born anywhere other than Colorado, Montana, or Wyoming. So let's pretend that that was a place we were born on page 58. And see what happens if we know about wrangling things. Whoosh! The rope snaps through the air with a swish. It flutters over Glory's head, and the ghost stallion rears up with an angry whinny. You flick your wrist and give the rope a sharp yank. Bingo! You did it. Talk about heavy-duty lassoing. Glory snorts and stamps his hooves, nearly lifting you off the ground. But you hang on. Using all your strength, you drag the ghost horse down the stairs. You pull him into the den where your grandmother is watching television. Grandma, look! I've roped a ghost horse! This is going to be my favorite clip of the whole series. Your grandmother gazes up from her television program and gives you a warm smile, and then eyes the ghost horse. Now, don't expect me to fall for that, she says. I know all about the gizmos you kids have these days. What is that? Some kind of hologram or video game? See, I'm up to date. Hologram? Video game? Is she nuts? With a twinkle in her eye, your grandmother reaches for the TV remote control and aims it at the horse. She pushes a button, showers of sparks shoot out of the remote. A cracking boom shakes the house. What has your grandmother done? It's a time loop. We did this already. That is going to be time loop 3, I think. I feel like there were 2. Yeah. Time loop 3. That's a thing. We've already been there and done that. We got more on our docket tonight. Okay. You asked the ghost of Elvira when she first came in the kitchen why she was here, and your grandma thought she was talking to you, and you chose to follow her up the stairs, and instead you're going to be like, WTF, why is there this ghost in this house? I'm getting out of here fast and going to page 30. You decide to get out of your grandmother's house on the double. Grandma, you say? I don't feel well. In fact, I think I'm getting really sick and I should go home. But dear, your grandmother says, you can't go home. Not with your parents away on vacation. Well, it was worth a shot. You swallow hard and glance over to where the ghost was standing. She's gone. Maybe you were imagining things. Maybe the gravestones aren't moving. Or maybe you really are sick. The best thing to do is go up to your room and lie down. You climb the stairs to the second floor, but as you reach the door to your room, you freeze. There in the doorway is a terrifying sight. Hurry to page 42. Have we been here? A ghost fills the doorway. But this ghost isn't just a filmy version of a live human being. This ghost isn't like Elvira Martin. This ghost is hideous. His whole face is grayish blue, and his tongue and eyes bulge out. It looks as if he died while being choked. And then his bluish hands reach out for you. That does it. No way you're staying in this creepy haunted house for another minute. You run back downstairs to your grandmother. You beg, you plead, you cry, and then you pull out every trick in the book. Even the one where you fake a high fever by putting the thermometer on a light bulb. Eventually, your grandmother gives in. She calls your parents. They cut short their vacation, and they come and pick you up and take you home. They're pretty steamed at you, but you don't care. At least you've gotten away from that haunted house. You flop down on the bed in your room. That's when you feel something poking you. Something in your bed. You sit up and stare at your blanket. It's sliding around on the bed, all by itself. Slide over to page 61. Your heart races as you scoot away against the moving blanket. You press your back up against the wall, and something bumps into your foot and your knee. Ow! Something invisible pinched you. Little by little, the something begins to appear. At first, it's only a ghostly head. The head of a boy. He's about 12 years old and grinning at you. Surprise, he says, as his body, arms, and legs begin to materialize in front of you. He looks almost solid, but not quite. Who are you? Where did you come from? You finally blurt out. Wouldn't you like to know, he says. And then he floats over to the window and gestures towards your family's car in the driveway. Bumpy ride, wasn't it? He says with a laugh. Bumpy ride? Oh no, he hitched a ride with you from your grandmother's house. You've got to do something to get rid of this ghost. But what? And who's going to help you? If you choose your best friend to help you, we'll choose option 1. If you choose your worst enemy to help you, we'll choose option 2. I just don't know how you could maybe get your worst enemy to agree to this, but we got a poll. We're gonna do it anyway. We're gonna see.
From Amanda's iPhone.
Thanks, Echo. Yeah. We can't get out. There's no option to get out. We gotta choose our best friend to help us, or choose our worst enemy to help us. We still have 6 viewers, so I need a couple people to come vote on this poll, please. 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 Look, I got a new nose ring, you guys. There's still like 15 seconds left to vote if anyone else wants to participate. Option 1, choose our best friend to help us. Option 2, choose our worst enemy to help us. Okay, we have chosen our best friend, which makes sense. We're going to 73. If I can find that page. You decide you need your best friend's help. So you call Robin. He lives only 2 houses away. Without even a goodbye to your mom and dad, you zoom out the front door and run to Robin's house as fast as you can. Hi, Robin says. That was fast. What's up? You're not going to believe me, you warn him. Try me, Robin says, tossing 3 juggling balls into the air. Robin has been trying to learn to juggle for 6 months. He just can't get the hang of it. My grandmother's house is haunted, you explain quickly. The coffins in the graveyard behind the house were creeping around, and the ghosts escaped from their graves. And you pause and take a deep breath. And one of them followed me home. Robin stares at you as if you're crazy. He lets all 3 balls drop to the floor with a thud, thud, thud. Yeah, sure. Right, he says sarcastically. A moment later, all 3 juggling balls rise up from the floor. To your amazement, they start juggling themselves. And then one of them flies right at Robin and hits him in the face. Go to 101. Ow! Robin cries out. His hand flies up to his cheek where the juggling ball hit him. Your mouth falls open. This is terrible. The ghost must have followed you down the street. Why did you do that? Robin yells. That really hurt. But I didn't do it, you reply. That was the ghost. Robin stares at the juggling balls. They're just lying on the floor now. The ghost is nowhere in sight. Yeah, right, Robin says. Like I'm really going to believe in ghosts. Come on, how did you do that? Before you can answer, there's a knock on Robin's bedroom door. He walks over and opens it. Yikes, he screams. Floating in the doorway, in midair, is a long, sharp carving knife. And it's pointed right at Robin's heart. Robin is backing up fast. You better move back too. Back to page 100. You jump back, trying to make room for Robin. He's backing up faster than a pizza delivery guy who missed the address. But the knife keeps coming anyway. Quick, you have to do something to help him. You spot a baseball bat in the corner of the room. Good choice if you have good aim. But there's also a huge needlepoint pillow on Robin's bed, one that his mother made for him. Maybe you should use it as a shield. Choose your weapon. If you guys want to choose the baseball bat, we'll choose option 1. If you want to choose the needlepoint pillow as a weapon, we'll choose option 2. And let's vote. It's happening. It's happening. Vote, you guys. Let's vote. Everybody vote. Voting is important in the democratic system. Even if it's dumb and controlled by lobbyists. This vote is not controlled by lobbyists. Please vote for the baseball bat or the pillow, because lobbyists can't pay us off. Nobody's voted. We got 0 votes. We're just gonna vote again if nobody votes. Okay, nobody voted, so we're just gonna keep voting again. Baseball bat or pillow. And the vote has restarted, and we are voting. Someone vote. Just anybody. So anybody can vote. Okay, right now I have 2 votes for a baseball bat and 1 vote for a pillow. So thank you for voting, friends. You still have 20 seconds left to vote or change your vote now that we actually have votes happening. Okay, baseball bat 1. Give me 3 seconds. Okay, we're going to use baseball bat on page 35. Ooh. Okay. Help! Robin screams as the knife drifts towards him. Oh no! Right beside the floating knife is the ghost boy. You grab the baseball bat and take a swing. The bat goes right through the ghost's see-through body. He laughs as if you've tickled him. Unfortunately, the bat comes out the other side of him and smashes right into Robin's desk lamp. Oops! The lamp flies off the desk and smashes onto the floor. What was that? A woman's voice calls from the hallway. Uh-oh. Robin's mom is on her way. Turn to page 75. Robin's mom is furious when she sees the broken lamp. How furious? Let's just say you and Robin will be mowing lawns for a long time to pay for the lamp. But the good news is the ghost seems to have vanished. Maybe Robin's mom scared him off. You weren't kidding, Robin says. There really is a ghost. I tried to tell you, you say to him. Listen, can I sleep over? The ghost is probably back at my house waiting for me. No problem, Robin tells you. You'd be a lot safer here. Don't bet on it. Turn to page 89. So far, everything seems normal. Just like all the other times you spent the night at Robin's. In fact, you and Robin are having a great time. Even Robin's older brother, Lark, is less obnoxious than usual. Yeah, Robin and Lark. Robin's last name is Birdsey. His parents are cute, like cute stuff like that. Lark is having a sleepover party. His friends are in 8th grade, and they think they're way cool. And they are, until 9 o'clock, when suddenly all the lights in the house go out. Hey, Lark yells at you and Robin. Quit playing with the circuit breakers, you little twerps, or else. Uh-oh. You didn't touch the circuit breakers. Neither did Robin. And his parents aren't home. Who's left? That's right. The ghost. And all the lights are out. So what now? If you're afraid of the dark, we're going to choose option 1. If you're okay in the pitch black, we're going to choose option 2. And go. This is a good one. Who's afraid of the dark? Are You Afraid of the Dark is probably my single favorite television show from my childhood. And if there were a way for me to experience that with you guys on this stream, then I would be so into it. So if you can think of a way that we can like experience these Are You Afraid of the Dark shows together, that would be super. Because I think Are You Afraid of the Dark is even cooler than Goosebumps, but Goosebumps happen to be books that we can do together. So as I die. Okay. We chose option 2. We're okay in the pitch black house. Let's turn to page 19. It's pitch black in the house. But you're okay. You're not totally freaked out by the dark. Not yet, anyway. I mean it, Lark yells. You two are going to get it if you don't turn those lights back on, and I mean now. You and Robin stand frozen in the kitchen. But before you can even move towards the circuit breaker box, the lights pop back on. Whoa. Oh man, you hear Lark and his friends yelling. You hurry to the family room. That's where Lark and his buddies were watching a movie on TV, and you peek in the door. What a sight! Popcorn all over the floor, drinks spilled on the rug, couch cushions tossed all over the room. Lark spots you in the doorway. He glares at you and Robin and then lunges towards you. His hands reach straight for your throat. You better run quick to page 6. You turn and run from Lark, but he's gaining on you, and his friends have joined the chase. Let's get those little creeps, Lark's friends are shouting. You and Robin are skidding around a corner when you hear a voice whisper in your ear. I'll help you on one condition. You have to promise to do whatever I ask tomorrow. It's the ghost boy. You can't see him, but you heard his offer. What are you going to do? If you accept the ghost's offer, we'll choose option 1. If not, we'll choose option 2. And the poll is going. Let's do this. We can accept the ghost's offer with option 1, or we can say no deal with option 2. We have about 30 seconds left to vote, you guys. We're tied right now with 1 and 1. Okay, we tied. I'm just gonna go with the ghost's offer, because I guess, like, what else are we gonna do? I guess let's see what he has to say on page 52. Okay, you say to the ghost. I'll do anything. Just help us. Good, the ghost boy answers. An instant later, you hear Lark go flying to the floor. Yow! Lark yells as he hits the hard rug. You and Robin stop running. You turn and laugh. Quit snickering, you little twerps, Lark snarls as he clambers to his feet. You're dead meat. He comes towards you and Robin, one hand clenched in a fist. The ghost boy winks, and the rug flies out from under Lark. He sprawls on the floor again. You and Robin laugh so hard you double over. For the rest of the night, every time Lark or one of his buddies tries to come after you, the ghost pulls a prank. Nothing big. Nothing that would make Lark suspect anything. Just enough to keep the guys from bothering you. You and Robin sleep very peacefully that night. The next morning, when you get home, the ghost is in your room waiting for you. Okay, the ghost says. Time to keep your promise. Let's go. Go? Go where? Find out on page 84. Where are you going? You ask the ghost boy. And what's your name? You'll see, he answers. I'll see? I'll see what your name is, you ask? Sure, it's on my gravestone, the ghost replies. A cold mist swirls around the ghost boy, making you shiver. You notice the ghost's eyes have turned hard. He's not so friendly now. You really regret making that promise. Let's go, he orders, leading the way. You have no choice. You've seen this ghost in action, but you don't know what he says. He'll probably haunt and torment you for the rest of his life. You follow him to an old graveyard. This one's on the far side of town. At the edge of the graveyard, the ghost stops. He puts out his hand to keep you from taking another step. Wait here until I reach my tombstone, he tells you. When you see me disappear, stand on top of my grave. Sounds creepy. Are you gonna do it? If you choose to stand on his grave, ooh. We'll choose option 1. If you don't want to do it, choose option 2. No way. We'll choose option 2. Ooh, this is a tough one, you guys. We still have about 30 seconds left to vote. Option 1, to stand on this guy's grave. Or option 2, to say, no way, sir. We don't know you. I'm not standing on your grave. Okay, we ended with 1 vote for no way. We're going to 110. You decide not to follow the ghost into the cemetery. Why should I, you think? Just because I promised him I would? You feel a little guilty for breaking your promise, but as soon as the ghost disappears into the grave, you turn and run as fast as you can all the way back home. And you know what happens next? Nothing. That's right. Nothing. You never see another ghost again as long as you live. Years later, you tell your children all about your grandmother's haunted house and how a ghost followed you home and haunted your best friend's brother's party. And you promised to follow him into the graveyard the next day, but didn't do it. Your children think you're making it up, of course. But you know the truth. Because every time you walk past a graveyard, you hear voices calling you, accusing you. The voices of the ghost boy and all of his ghost friends. You, they call. You lied. The end. That's 12 endings. That was lame. Okay, we're going to follow the friends into the graveyard this time on page 90. You do as the ghost says. You wait at the edge of the graveyard until he stops at the grave. And then you watch as his whole airy body seems to disappear into the ground. Okay, you think. This is it. Time to walk over there and stand on that grave. You gulp loudly. You scratch your head. You burp. Hey, enough stalling. Get over there. Your legs tremble as you walk to the grave and peer at the headstone. Then, still shaking, you stand on the grave. The tombstone says James T. Redson III, 1875 to 1910. You do some quick math and you realize this guy was 35 when he died. This can't be the kid's grave, you realize. He lied to you. Before you can figure out what you should do, you hear a trembling rumbling. You fling out your arms, trying desperately to keep your balance as the ground begins to shake. The earth all around you rises and rolls in waves. Your eyes open wide as you watch the ground beneath your feet break apart. Get me out of here, you think, but you're too late. A hand, the ghost boy's hand, suddenly pops out of the dirt and grabs your ankle. Go to 115. The ghost boy grips your ankle so hard you think that he might break your bones. You try to yank your leg away, but it's no use. The ghost boy won't let go, and he's strong, super strong. Oh no, you realize, he's not just holding your ankle, he's pulling you right into the ground with him. He's pulling you down into the grave beneath your feet. Hang on till you get to page 17. You scream as you feel yourself being pulled into the ground. You can't believe it. It's true. Somehow, magically, you're being pulled underground as if your own body were made of filmy air like the ghosts. It hurts. In fact, your whole body aches as if it's being dragged right into the ground, but only for an instant, and then you feel nothing. Your eyes close. When you open them, you're lying in a coffin on top of a pile of old, rotten clothes and bones. Your heart starts pounding wildly. You want to scream, but you don't dare. You can already sense that the coffin has very little air. And you don't dare use it up. Not when you know that you're in an old coffin, 6 feet underground, with no way out. You're buried alive. Go on to page 40. You start to panic. The coffin feels crowded. You try to sit up, but you bump your head. Ow. Uh-oh. What was that? Something moving? What is it, you wonder? Your heart races. Snakes? Worms? Rats? Something bumps your knee, and you start banging on the coffin lid, trying to get out. Hey! Hold still, a voice says. Slowly, the ghost boy begins to materialize. He's squeezed in beside you. The coffin is so crowded now that you can hardly move. Take my hand, the ghost boy says. Time to continue the journey. You stare at the ghost's outstretched hand. If you want to take the ghost's hand, we'll choose option 1. If you don't want to take his hand, you'll choose option 2. And vote. We have already come this far. We have about 15 seconds left to vote. Take the ghost's hand or don't and see what happens. Okay. We chose to take his hand. Page 82. You take the ghost boy's hand. As soon as you touch him, a chill runs through you. His hand feels like ice. Hold on, he says. Here we go. Before you know what's happening, he starts to move away, floating sideways. His thin, transparent body is floating right through the coffin, and he's taking you with him. Boom! Inside your head, you hear the sound of fireworks. You close your eyes and see fireworks too. At the same time, you feel your body being pulled through the coffin walls. When the fireworks stop, you slowly open your eyes. You instantly wish that you hadn't. You're lying on a dirt floor. Over your head is a dirt ceiling. The cave-like room is filled with an eerie green light. Stairways leading nowhere are covered in plush carpeting. Cobwebs drip from furniture. Laughs and moans echo all around you. But the worst news is, you're surrounded by ghosts. Stop! Echo, stop. Echo, stop! I ruined it. Okay. You're surrounded by ghosts. That's right. You're in an underground world of living dead people. All of them floating around. Some dance, some play games, some wander aimlessly. But all of them are, well, dead. Turn to page 76. Where are we? You ask the ghost boy. Oh, he says. You know. No, you think. I don't. You pass an elaborate gold-framed mirror hanging in midair. You look at your reflection and gasp. Your legs, your arms, they're gone. You stare at you in the mirror. You can see the furniture behind you, right through your own body. Maybe it's a trick mirror. You glance down at yourself. It's no trick. Your legs are transparent. Your heart drops into the see-through feet as you realize the truth. You're a ghost now, too. Someone suddenly calls your name. You whirl around and you see your old piano teacher, Mrs. Hatfield. She was a sweet old lady, about 90 years old. She died last year. You have to admit that you haven't missed her much. You never liked taking piano lessons. Oh, there you are, Miss Hatfield exclaims. Come with me. I want you to play scales. If you go with Miss Hatfield... Oh, come on. Pull. If you go with Miss Hatfield, choose option 1. If you refuse, choose option 2. So we're going to do practice scales on option 1. Refuse is option 2. Let's vote. We still got this. It's not even 10, you guys. We got so much time to participate and be friends and do stuff together. Okay, we decided to practice the scales with her. Oh, there's so many stickies. I just need one. We are going to page 10. You don't exactly feel like participating in piano right now. But you decide to be nice to this old woman. You go with her, and she leads you to a fancy old grand piano. She sits you down and turns on the metronome. Tick, tock, tick, tock. Now play G major scale for me, she says. For the next half an hour, you take a piano lesson. What a ghost. When you're done, Mrs. Hatfield smiles. Remember how I always used to give you a treat at the end of your lesson, she says. Well, I have a treat for you now. What's this? You ask as she hands you a piece of paper. It's a map of my backyard, she says. You see, I buried a lot of gold out under the apple tree, and I forgot to mention it in my will, so no one knows it's there. I want you to have it as a reward for being so nice to me today, for letting me give you a piano lesson one more time. But, wow, thanks, you murmur, like an idiot. And then it hits you. What good will the gold do to you if you're a ghost? Turn to page 123. I know what you're thinking, Mrs. Hatfield says. You're afraid you can't get the gold now that you're here with us. And you nod. But don't worry, she says. You didn't come here the regular way. So you can go back to the world of the living anytime you want. Your eyes light up. I can, you say? How? Oh, it's easy, Miss Hatfield said. Didn't you ever see The Wizard of Oz? Huh? You know, she goes on, all you have to do is click your heels together 3 times and say, there's no place like home. It worked in the movie. It should work here too. Is she kidding? Well, what have you got to lose? So you give it a try. You click your sneakers together 3 times and say, there's no place like home. When you open your eyes again, you're in your own bed at home with a map in your hand. Hey, your mom always said those piano lessons would pay off someday, didn't she? Looks like she was right. The end. Damn, that was an intense ending. Wow. That was 13. Okay. Where else we at here? Okay, so if we decide to not do the piano lessons with Miss Hatfield, we go to page 87 instead. Which happens to be the year I was born, you guys, so cheers. No way that you're going to practice piano on your own. No thanks, you tell Miss Hatfield. I never liked piano lessons, and now that I'm a ghost, I'm never going to practice again. Miss Hatfield looks around at the other ghosts. They all smile and nod. And then she breaks into a huge grin. Good, Miss Hatfield says. You passed the test. What test, you ask, feeling confused? You never were any good at the piano, she says. In fact, you were simply terrible. I just wanted to be sure you didn't waste any more time with it. The world has enough bad musicians. It doesn't need another one. Huh, you think? Well, but you know she's right. Okay, Miss Hatfield says, mentioning to the ghost boy. You can take this one back. Before you know what's happening, the ghost boy pulls your hand again. This time, he drags you towards the mirror and right into it. You close your eyes, and once again you hear fireworks. But halfway through the journey, he lets go of your hand. And when you open your eyes, you're standing all alone in the cemetery. And you know that you have finally come to an end. The end. Oh, 14 endings. There's a lot of endings still, you guys. Ooh. Okay, it's 10 o'clock. Let's take another brief break right now. Let's do like a 5-minute break, and I'll be right back, and I'll pee and get a snack and come back, because we still have a ways to go in this book, and eventually it's gonna come to an emergency situation. So let's just do it now. Everybody pee. We'll be back at 10:08 approximately. I'm gonna play the next song. Nope. Next one. Okay. 5 minutes. Let's do this. BRB. Okay, I'm here. I'm just full of pizza. Don't mind me. I'm assuming most of you are full of pizza too, so it's fine. We're back. We're picking back up right here where we left off. Where we chose to jump in the coffin with the kid, and the coffin starts to panic. The coffin feels crowded. You start to sit up and you feel a bump on your head. Ouch, what is that? Was that something moving? What is it, you wonder? Your heart races. Snakes, worms, rats. Something bumps your knee and you start banging on the coffin lid trying to get out. Hey, hold still, the voice says. Slowly, the ghost boy begins to materialize. He's squeezed in beside you. The coffin is so crowded now that you can hardly move. Take my hand, the ghost boy says. Time to continue the journey. You stare at the ghost's outstretched hand. If you want to take his hand, we'll choose option 1. If you don't want to take his hand, choose option 2. And go. It's almost over. Did anyone vote? The vote is gone. And no one voted on it. Or something. Okay, no one responded to me. So I guess we're gonna take this ghost boy's hand. We're gonna write our emo song right now. On page 82. You take the ghost boy's hand. As soon as you touch him, a chill runs through you. His hand feels like ice. Hold on, he says. Here we go. Before you know what's happening, he starts to move away, floating sideways. His thin, transparent body is floating right through the coffin, and he's taking you with him. Boom! Inside your head, you hear the sound of fireworks. You close your eyes and see fireworks too. At the same time, you feel your body being pulled through the coffin walls. When the fireworks stop, you slowly open your eyes. You instantly wish you hadn't. You're lying on a dirt floor. Over your head is a dirt ceiling. The cave-like room is filled with an eerie green light. Stairways leading nowhere are covered in plush carpeting. Cobwebs drip from furniture. Laughs and moans echo all around you. But the worst news is...
All Around You by Sturgill Simpson from Spotify.
Echo, stop. Thank you. That's right. You're in an underground world of living dead people. All of them floating around. Some dance, some play games, some wander aimlessly. But all of them are, well, dead. Turn to page 76. Where are we? You ask the ghost boy. Oh, he says. You know. No, you think. I don't. You pass an elaborate gold frame mirror hanging in midair. You look at your reflection and gasp. Your legs, your arms, they're gone. You stare at the you in the mirror and you can see the furniture behind you, right through your own body. Maybe this is a trick mirror. You glance down at yourself. It's no trick. Your legs are transparent. Your heart drops into your see-through feet as you realize the truth. You're a ghost now, too. Someone suddenly calls your name. You whirl around and see your old piano teacher, Mrs. Hartfield. She was a sweet old lady, about 90 years old, and she died last year. You have to admit that you haven't missed her much. You never liked taking piano lessons. Oh, there you are, Miss Hartfield exclaims. Come with me. I want you to play some scales. If you go with Miss Hartfield, go to page 10. If you refuse, go to 87. And I think we did both of these, actually. Yep. Option 1, practice with her, is a time loop. And going to 87 to avoid also practicing with her is another time loop because that was the year I was born. So we're going to go with, that was 2 extra. So that's going to be 5 time loops. Let's see what we can do. Okay. Did I do this one? I think I already did that one. Don't, page 98. Sorry, you guys, this is boring. I've just completely lost track of where we were. And, okay, we found the ghost boy's head. We did that, and we were like, we don't like you. And we did the other one, so. We're here at, no, you tell the ghost. I kept my promise. Now look where it got me. Suit yourself, the boy says. He vanishes. So now, what are you going to do, huh? Just lie there in the coffin and rot? That's one choice. Got any other ideas? Okay, sure. You can start screaming at the top of your lungs. Maybe, just maybe someone will hear you. Like who? Like a cemetery caretaker. He shows up once a week on Fridays. Well, what day is this? If you're reading this on a Friday, we choose option 1. If you're not reading this on a Friday, then we choose option 2. So we are going to choose option 1 for a Friday on page 13. Today is Friday. So you think it's your lucky day, huh? You think the caretaker is going to come and get you out of that coffin? Think again. Today is Friday the 13th. If you don't believe it, just look at your page number. We're on page 13. Sure, the caretaker comes, but he has an ear infection and he can't hear screaming. And by the time he comes around next week, you're not screaming anymore. Sorry. Guess this wasn't your lucky day after all. The end. Oh, 14 endings. Okay, let's see where else we can go. Okay, if we're not reading it on a Friday, we go to 107 instead. Okay, time to face the facts. Today is not Friday, even though it is. The caretaker is not going to show up for a long time. And guess what else? If he did show up, he probably wouldn't hear you screaming anyway. After all, you're 6 feet underground. Looks like you're running out of choices. Maybe you better go take the cold, cold hand of that ghost boy after all. Turn to page 82. '82 took us to take the ghost boy's hand. As soon as you touch him, a chill runs through you. His hand feels like ice. Hold on, he says. Here we go. But before you know what's happening, he starts to move away, floating sideways. His thin, transparent body is floating right through the coffin, and he's taking you with him. Boom! Inside your head, you hear the sound of fireworks. You close your eyes and see fireworks too. Okay, this is a time loop, which has to be time loop 4. Okay. So we're going back. Okay, you and Robin are skidding around a corner when you hear a voice whisper in your ear. I'll help you on one condition. If you promise to do whatever I ask tomorrow. It's the ghost boy. You can't see him, but you heard his offer. What are you going to do? So we chose to accept his offer on 52. And we're going to not accept his offer on 59. No way, you say. I'm not making a deal with a ghost. Fine, the ghost boy says. You're on your own. He vanishes. Maybe this wasn't such a great idea. Lark and his friends catch up with you easily. What happens next isn't pretty. By the time Lark and his friends are done, you and Robin are a mess. You're lying in a damp grass in Robin's front yard. You're bruised from being tackled. Your t-shirts and jeans are grass-stained. Your hair's a tangled nest. Lark uses both sets of knuckles to give you noogies. Oh, Robin fumes. I could strangle him. No, you couldn't, you reply. You're not big enough. In fact, he strangled us. True, Robin admits. But we've got to do something to get back at him. I wish that ghost would come back. Maybe he could scare the living bazookas out of my stupid brother. No sooner has Robin in the words when his ghost appears. You rang? The ghost says with a sly smile. Turn to page 22. The ghost floats towards you and sneers in your face. Do I take it that you're finally ready to make a deal? The ghost asks. Robin stares open-mouthed at the ghost. This is the first time he's actually seen the ghost in the flesh, or rather, almost flesh. For a moment, Robin can't speak. He just watches the airy creature floating around under the street lamp light. And then Robin starts to smile. Cool, Robin says. Totally cool. You want my services? The ghost goes on. to scare those guys. In exchange, I want your promise. You must agree to do anything I ask of you tomorrow. Deal, Robin says. I don't know, you reply. What if he asks us to do something wrong? Something illegal or something? Robin shakes his head and leans over you. Then we just won't do it, he whispers. Come on, don't you want to get back at Lark? Well, don't you? If you want to make the deal with the ghost, we'll choose option 1. If you refuse, that's option 2. And go. There we go. We got it. We got a poll. We got time. Choose option 1 to make the deal with the ghost, or choose option 2 to refuse. No one voted! We're doing it again. You guys have 1 more minute to vote. Choose option 1 to make a deal with the ghost. Choose option 2 to refuse. We still have time to vote. Okay. We did it. We voted. Okay. We voted on a deal with the ghost. We're going to page 81. Okay, you tell the ghost. It's good, the boy says with a strange smile. But you've got to really scare Lark, Robin warns, pointing a finger at the ghost. No problem, the ghost answers. Wait here. You and Robin stand in the front lawn of the moonlight. You watch the ghost as he floats into the house, right through the wall. A few minutes later, the screaming starts. Ah! Help! Ah! No! You hear Lark and his friends crying from inside. They sound as if they're face to face with the sheer terror, scared out of their minds. Robin is really happy, but as the screaming continues, you start to worry. You don't think he's really hurting them or anything, do you? I don't know, Robin says. Maybe we should go in there and stop him. Yeah, you say, swallowing hard. The two of you start towards the front door, but then the screams stop. The ghost floats out through the front door. Okay, he says. I'm done. See you tomorrow at 10. Turn to page 50. The next day, you and Robin meet right after breakfast. The ghost shows up an hour later, right on time. Okay, the ghost says, here's the deal. I want you to eat a plate full of worms. Are you kidding? Robin blurts out. Nope, the ghost says. You've got to eat worms. Stay here and I'll get them. The ghost body suddenly forms into a funnel shape and disappears into the ground in Robin's front yard. He looks like a human tornado vanishing into the earth. When he zooms back up, the ghost has a handful of worms. He walks over to Robin's front porch, sitting on the steps in a small plate. Eat these, he says, dumping the worms on the plate. Yuck, Robin says. No way. If you don't, the ghost says, I'll haunt you for the rest of your life. Like this. The ghost makes himself into an airy tornado again. But this time, the funnel flows into Robin's head and goes in one ear and out the other. Yow! Robin screams. Okay, I'll eat them. Turn to page 109. Robin picks up a worm from the plate. He stares at it. Just as he opens his mouth to take a bite, you hear someone snickering. You glance around. The bushes seem to be moving. Quickly, you inch over towards the sound. He's eating it, you hear a voice whisper. A voice that sounds exactly like Robin's brother, Lark. Haha, the little twerp. I hope he chokes. Yeah, another voice says. That was a cool deal we made with the ghost, pretending to scream for an hour, and then he promised to make your brother eat worms the next day. Oh no, you realize. You've been tricked. Go to page 130. Stop, you cry out, running over to Robin. Don't eat the worms. It's a double cross. What? Robin asked, looking confused. Luckily, he was too grossed out by out to take the first bite. You explained what you overheard. Your brother's in there, you say, pointing to the bushes. He tricked us. He made a deal with the ghost. He pretended to scream last night, even though the ghost wasn't doing anything to him. Robin still looked confused, until Lark and his friends come out laughing. Ha ha, they say. You have to eat worms because of us. You twerps got what you deserved. What are you laughing about? The ghost says to Lark. You made a deal too. I agreed to make your brother eat worms, but in return, you promised to do whatever I asked. Yeah, Lark says. So what? So now it's time to keep your part of the bargain, the ghost says to Lark, and here it is. You have to spend the night with a dead rat in an open grave. Oh, right, Lark says. And just how are you going to make me do that? Easy, the ghost says with a small laugh. Turn to page 121. You and Robin watch as the ghost forms himself into a funnel-shaped tornado again. Uh-oh, Robin whispers at you. If he does what I think he's going to do, I wouldn't want to be Lark. It hurts. In the next instant, the ghost blows himself into Lark's head. He flows into one ear and out the other. Yow! Lark screams. Okay, I'll do it. Robin turns to you and slaps you 5. Cool, he says. Not so fast, the ghost says. You've still got some eating to do. We do, you say? A deal's a deal, the ghost says. Right. Oh well, maybe eating worms won't be so bad in the end. Ooh, that's 15 endings. Okay. The ghost gave us an offer. And we're going to choose not to go with the ghost on page 69. I'm sorry, 59. No way, you said. I'm not making a deal with a ghost. Fine, the ghost boy says. You're on your own, he vanishes. Maybe this wasn't such a great idea. Lark and his friends catch up with you easily. What happens next isn't pretty. By the time Lark and his friends are done, you and Robin are a mess. You're lying in the damp grass in Robin's front yard. You're bruised from being tackled. Your t-shirts and jeans are grass-stained. Your hair is a tangled mess. Lark used both sets of knuckles to give you noogies. Oh, Robin fumes. I could strangle him. No, you couldn't, you reply. You're not big enough. In fact, he strangled us. True, Robin admits. But we've got to do something to get back at him. I wish that ghost would come back. Maybe he could scare the living bazookas out of my stupid brother. No sooner has Robin said the words when the ghost appears. You rang? The ghost says with a shy smile. Go to page 22. The ghost floats towards you and sneers you in the face. Do I take it you're finally ready to deal? The ghost asks. Robin stares, open-mouthed at the ghost. This is the first time he's actually seen the ghost in the flesh, or rather, almost flesh. For a moment, Robin can't speak. He just watches the airy creature floating around under the street lamplight. And then Robin starts to smile. Cool, Robin says. Totally cool. You want my services, the ghost goes on, to scare those guys? And in exchange, I want your promise. You must agree to do anything I ask of you tomorrow. Deal, Robin says. I don't know, you reply. What if he asks us to do something wrong? Something illegal or something? Robin shakes his head and leans over to you. Then we just won't do it, he whispers. Come on, don't you want to get back at Lark? Well, don't you? I'm pretty sure the last time we made the deal with the ghost on 81, but this time we should go to 63. I'm going to just double check. Okay, 81 is just us scaring his friends. So, 63. No deal, you decide. You're not going to make a bargain with a ghost. You wouldn't even have made a deal with like that with your mom. Promise to do whatever she wants. You might end up raking leaves and washing your car for a year. No thanks, you tell the ghost. No deal. I won't make any promises I can't keep. The ghost smiles at you. A nice smile. For the first time since you met him, he seems genuinely friendly. That's what I wanted to hear, the ghost says. That you wouldn't make a promise unless you really meant to keep it. I've been looking for someone honest like you for a long time. And then the ghost reaches into his pants pocket and pulls out a gold coin. Take this, he says, handing it to you, and promise me that you will never spend it. The coin will bring you good luck as long as you never sell it, spend it, or give it away. But make sure you're not buried with the coin. Otherwise, your spirit will never rest. Like me, you'll be forced to roam the earth looking for someone to give it to. But take the coin from him. And he sighs with relief. And then the ghost boy vanishes completely. And you never see him again. The end. Oh, that was a weird ending. Okay, so our 16 endings takes us to Okay, you tell the ghost. It's a deal. Good, the boy says with a strange smile. But you've got to really scare Lark, Robin warns, pointing a finger at the ghost. No problem, the ghost answers. Wait here. You and Robin stand on the front lawn of the moonlight. You watch the ghost as he floats into the house. Right through the wall. A few minutes later, the screaming starts. Ah, help! Ah! No! You hear Lark and his friends crying from inside. They sound as if they're face to face with sheer terror, scared out of their minds. Robin is really happy. But as the screaming continues, you start to worry. You don't think he's really hurting them or anything, do you? You ask. I don't know, Robin says. Maybe we should go in there and stop him. Yeah, you say, swallowing hard. The two of you start towards the front door. But then the screams stop. The ghost floats out through the front door. Okay, he says. I'm done. See you tomorrow at 10. Turn to page 50. The next day, you and Robin meet right after breakfast. The ghost shows up an hour later. Right on time. Okay, the ghost says, here's the deal. I want you to eat a plate full of worms. Are you kidding? Robin blurts out. Nope, the ghost says. You've got to eat worms. Stay here and I'll get them. The ghost's body suddenly forms into a funnel shape and disappears into the ground in Robin's front yard. He looks like a human tornado vanishing into the earth. When he zooms back up, the ghost has a handful of worms. He walks over to Robin's front porch. Sitting on the steps is a small plate. Eat these, the ghost says, dumping the worms on the plate. Yuck, Robin says. No way. If you don't, the ghost says, I'll haunt you for the rest of your life like this. The ghost makes himself into an airy tornado again. But this time, the funnel flows into Robin's head, and it goes in one ear and out the other. Yow! Robin screams. Okay, I'll eat them. Turn to page 109. Robin picks up a worm from the plate. He stares at it. Just as he opens his mouth to take a bite, you hear someone snickering. You glance around. The bushes seem to be moving. Quickly, you inch over towards the sound. He's eating it, you hear a voice whisper. A voice that sounds exactly like Robin's brother. Ha ha ha, the little twerp. I hope he chokes. Yeah, another voice says. That was a cool deal we made with the ghost, pretending to scream for an hour, and then he promised to make your brother eat worms the next day. Oh no, you realize. You've been tricked. Go to page 130. Stop, you cry out, running over to Robin. Don't eat the worms. It's a double cross. What? Robin says, looking confused. Luckily, he was too grossed out to take a first bite. You explain what you've overheard. Your brother's in there, you say, pointing at the bushes. He tricked us. He made a deal with the ghost. He pretended to scream last night, even though the ghost wasn't doing anything to him. Robin still looks confused, until Lark and his friends come out laughing. Ha ha, they say. You have to eat worms because of us. You twerps got what you deserved. What are you laughing about, the ghost says to Lark. You made a deal too. I agreed to make your brother eat worms, but in return you promised to do whatever I asked. Yeah, Lark says. So what? So now it's time to keep your part of the bargain, the ghost says to Lark. And here it is. You have to spend the night with a dead rat in an open grave. Oh, right, Lark says. And how are you just going to make me do that? Easy, the ghost says with a small laugh. Turn to page 121. You and Robin watch as the ghost forms himself into a funnel-shaped tornado again. Uh-oh, Robin whispers to himself. If he does what I think he's going to do, I wouldn't want to be Lark. It hurts. In the next instant, the ghost blows himself into Lark's head. He flows into one ear and out the other. Yow! Lark screams. Okay, I'll do it. Robin turns to you and slaps you 5. Cool, he says. Not so fast, the ghost says. You still got some eating to do. We do, you say? A deal's a deal, the ghost says. Right. Ah, well, maybe eating worms won't be so bad in the end. 17 endings. Oh, good night from the UK. That may have happened a little bit ago. I know you guys are way further ahead of than us, and it's very late. So thank you for your patronage. Okay, so we're going back to where we were. We asked if we were afraid of the dark, and we said no. So let's see what happens if we are afraid of the dark on 83. The lights are out. All the lights. And you're scared to death. You can't move. You freeze there, frozen in Robin's kitchen in the dark. Come on, Robin says, grabbing your arm. We better get out of here. Lark's coming. No, you try to say. But you can't even speak. Your heart is pounding too hard. Your legs are locked stiff. Robin tries to drag you out of the kitchen, but your hand grips the kitchen counter. Okay, Robin says. We'll hide under the sink. Quickly, he squats down and opens the 2 cabinet doors that lead into the space under the kitchen sink, and he starts to crawl in. Good idea, you think. Let's hide from the dark. Huh? No, it doesn't make any sense. But you're scared. You don't know what you're doing. So you squat down and crawl into the cramped space with the drain pipes and stuff, and that's when you see them. 2 small eyes glowing at you in the dark. Turn to page 128. You stare into the dark space under the sink. The 2 small eyes stare back at you. There's something alive under there. Hey, wait a minute. Something fishy is going on here. You're in the wrong Goosebumps book. You're in It Came from Beneath the Sink. And you have a terrible feeling that you know what's staring at you with those glowing eyes. If you think that the eyes belong to a gruel, then you'll choose option 1. If you think the eyes belong to a lynx, then you'll choose option 2. So hopefully you guys have some Goosebumps knowledge and you know which book we're in.
Playing from Amanda's iPhone.
Thanks, Echo. Anyone vote, please? One vote so far. We got like 15 seconds left to vote. We did it, you guys. I had 1 vote that decided on gruel on page 132. Which I think 132 is also the last page in the book, so cheers with your skeleton glasses. Ah, you shriek. It's a gruel. What are you talking about? Robin whispers. Those eyes, you stammer. They belong to an evil gruel. You're in big trouble now. The gruel loves to make terrible things happen. As if our luck wasn't already bad. You're crazy, Robin tells you. And if you don't shut up, Lark and his buddies are gonna find us. I thought I was crazy when I told you about the ghosts, you hiss at Robin. And now look at us. Robin sees your point. Okay, he says. Let's check out this gruel. You move aside so that Robin can see the glowing eyes for himself, and he reaches for the gruel. Don't touch it, you warn him, but it's too late. You can't watch. You shut your eyes. So this is a gruel, Robin laughs. He holds something in front of your face. You open one eye, and then you open the other eye. and Robin is holding a little kitten. Whoops, you say sheepishly. Sorry, I guess I'm a little stressed. This happens to me when I meet ghosts. Get back in the story on page 67. You're trying to crawl out from under the sink when the lights pop back on. A moment later, Lark and his buddies zoom into the kitchen. What are you two jerks doing? Lark asks. Nothing, Robin says quickly. Yeah, nothing, you chime in. Lark looks at his friends and they all nod. You don't like the way they're smiling at you. Uh-oh. Hurry back to page 6. You turn and run from Lark, but he's gaining on you and his friends have joined the chase. Get those little creeps, Lark's friends say, shouting. You and Robin are skidding around a corner when you hear a voice whisper in your ear. I'll help you on one condition. You have to promise to do whatever I ask tomorrow. It's a ghost boy. You can't see him, but you heard his offer. What are you going to do? If we accept the ghost offer, we go to 52. If not, we go to 59. Let's see if we've been here. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to read through this to remember if we've seen either of these at this point, and I can't remember. So, we're just going to do it the regular way because I cannot figure it out. Okay, so option 1 is to accept the ghost offer, and option 2 is no. And here's our poll. Okay, so the ghost boy says, I have to promise to do whatever I ask of him tomorrow. So yes to accept the ghost boy's offer, or no to not accept the ghost boy's offer. Still have about 15 seconds left to vote, you guys. Option 1, to accept the ghost's offer of doing whatever he wants tomorrow. Or option 2, to say no. Okay, apparently we chose option 1. We are going to page 52. Okay, you say to the ghost, I'll do anything, just help us. Good, the ghost boy answers. An instant later, you hear Lark go flying to the floor. Yow! Lark yells as he hits the hard rug. You and Robin stop running. You turn and laugh. Quit snickering, you little twerps, Lark snarls as he clambers to his feet. You're dead meat. He comes towards you and Robin, one hand clenched in a fist. The ghost boy winks, and the rug flies out from under Lark. He sprawls on the floor again. You and Robin laugh so hard you double over. For the rest of the night, every time Lark or one of his buddies tries to come after you, the ghost pulls a prank. Nothing big, nothing that would make Lark suspect anything. Just enough to keep the guys from bothering you. You and Robin sleep very peacefully that night. The next morning, when you go home, the ghost is in your room, waiting for you. Okay, the ghost says, time to keep your promise. Let's go. Go? Go where? Find out on page 84. Where are you going? You ask the ghost boy. And what's your name? You'll see, he answers. I'll see? I'll see what your name is, you ask? Sure, it's on my gravestone, the ghost replies. A cold mist swirls around the ghost boy, making you shiver. You notice the ghost's eyes have turned hard. He's not so friendly now. Okay, this is definitely a place we've been before, so I need to double check real quick the outcomes to see if we've done both of these outcomes. Nope, I have not been there. Okay, if we choose 110, that's a what am I talking about? It's an ending. It's a time loop if we go to 110. But from here, we can go to 190 and it's not a time loop. So we're going to count one time loop. So that's time loop 5. Instead, we're going to go with not time loop. You do as the ghost says. You wait at the edge of the graveyard until he stops at the grave. And then you watch as the whole airy body seems to disappear into the ground. Okay, you think. This is it. Time to walk over there and stand on that grave. You gulp loudly. You scratch your head. You burp. Hey, enough stalling. Get over there. Your legs tremble as you walk to the grave and you peer at the headstone. And then, still shaking, you stand on the grave. The tombstone says James T. Redson III, 1875 to 1910. You do some quick math and realize that this guy was 35 when he died. This can't be the kid's grave, you realize. He lied to you. Before you can figure out what you should do, you hear a terrible rumbling. You fling out your arms, trying desperately to keep your balance as the ground begins to shake. The earth all around you rises and rolls in waves, and your eyes open wide as you watch the ground beneath your feet break apart. Get me out of here, you think, but you're too late. A hand, the ghost boy's hand, suddenly pops out of the dirt and grabs your ankle. Go on to page 115. The ghost boy grips your ankle so hard you think he might break your bones. You try to yank your leg away, but it's no use. The ghost boy won't let go. And he's strong. Super strong. Oh no, you realize. He's not just holding onto your ankle. He's pulling you right into the ground with him. He's pulling you down into the grave beneath your feet. Hang on until you get to page 17. You scream as you free yourself from being pulled into the ground. You can't believe it, but it's true. Somehow, magically, you're being pulled underground. And if your own body were made of filmy air like the ghosts, it hurts. In fact, your whole body aches as if it's dragged into the ground, but only for an instant, and then you feel nothing. You close your eyes, but when you open them, you're lying in a coffin on top of a pile of old, rotted clothes and bones. Your heart stops pounding wildly. You want to scream, but you don't care. You can already sense that the coffin has very little air, and you don't dare use it up. Not when you know that you're in an old coffin, 6 feet underground, with no way out. You're buried alive. Go on to page 40. You start to panic. The coffin feels crowded. You try to sit up, but you bump your head. Ouch. What was that? Something moving? What is it, you wonder? Your heart races. Snakes, worms, rats. Something bumps your knee, and you start banging on the coffin lid trying to get out. Hey, hold still, a voice says. Slowly, the ghost boy begins to materialize. He's squeezing in behind you. The coffin is so crowded now you can hardly move. Take my hand, the ghost boy says. Time to continue the journey. You stare at the ghost's outstretched hands. If you take the ghost boy's hand, you go to 82. If you don't, you go to 98. I feel like taking his hand is not great. But the other one might not be any better. Oh, if we take it the other way, if we say we're not holding his hand, that ends up with us reading this on a Friday or not, where we've been both of those ways. So that's another time loop. So time loop 6. So I guess we're going to go this way on page 82. You take the ghost boy's hand. As soon as you touch him, a chill runs through you. His hands feel like ice. Hold on, he says. Here we go. Before you know what's happening, he starts to move away, floating sideways. His thin, transparent body is floating right through the coffin, and he's taking you with him. Boom! Inside your head, you hear the sound of fireworks. You close your eyes and see fireworks, too. At the same time, you feel your body being pulled through the coffin walls. When the fireworks stop, you slowly open your eyes, and you instantly wish you hadn't. You're lying on a dirt floor. Over your head is the dirt ceiling. The cave-like room is filled with an eerie green light. Stairways leading nowhere are covered in plush carpeting, cobwebs drip from the furniture, laughs and moans are echoing all around you. But the worst news is, you're surrounded by ghosts. That's right, you're in an underground world of living dead people. All of them floating around. Some dance, some play games, and some wander aimlessly. But all of them are, well, dead. Turn to page 76. Where are we? You ask the ghost boy. Oh, he says, you know. No, you think. I don't. You pass an elaborate gold-framed mirror hanging in midair, and you look at your reflection and gasp. Your legs, your arms, they're gone. And staring at the you in the mirror, you can see the furniture behind you, maybe through your own body. Maybe it's a trick mirror. You glance down at yourself. It's no trick. Your legs are transparent. Your heart drops into your see-through feet as you realize the truth. You're a ghost now, too. Someone suddenly calls your name, and you whirl around. And you see your old piano teacher, Mrs. Hatfield. She was a sweet old lady, about 90 years old, and she died last year. You have to admit that you haven't missed her much. You never liked taking piano lessons. Oh, there they are, Miss Hatfield exclaims. Come with me, I want you to play some scales. If you go to Miss Hatfield, you go to page 10. If you refuse, you go to 87. And I feel like we've been on both of these pages already. I'm pretty sure. Okay, we did both of those. So I'm going to go ahead and say that's time loops like 7 and 8. get those out of the way. We're going to keep going. I know it's 11 o'clock, but we're like pretty close, you guys. When we were beneath the sink, we had to vote on whether or not it was a gruel that was under the sink with us, and we chose it was a gruel. Let's see what happens if we choose not a gruel on 95. Robin, you whisper. I hate to tell you this, but we're hiding under the sink with a lance. A what? Robin asks. A lance! A lance! You're practically shouting. It's like a gruel, but worse. Robin stares at you, and then he shakes his head. You're getting too weird, even for me. It looks like a potato, you continue, but it has really sharp teeth. You have to make Robin believe you. You're in terrible danger. That's it, Robin says. He pops open the cabinet door. Fun's open, you know. He adds before he crawls out from under the sink. I didn't really believe your ghost story either. I was just playing along. You gaze sadly at Robin as he heads out the kitchen, and then you have a feeling that you've just lost your best friend. Heh heh heh, you hear behind you. You glance back at the glowing eyes, and they look even brighter than before. You thought being followed home by a ghost was a problem, but wait until you try living with a lynx. The end. Ooh, that was a spooky one. You guys. That was 18 endings. Okay, so from here we jump back and try and make room for Robin. He's backing up faster than a pizza delivery guy. If we've used our baseball bat, we go to 35. I think that's the one we did before. And then if we do this one, we use the pillow. It goes to 46. The knife floats towards you and Robin. Quickly, you grab the needlepoint pillow and you hold it in front of you like a shield. Are you crazy? You're going to use that pillow? One of Robin's mothers lovingly needlepointed for him. The one that took her 74 hours of finger-aching work to complete. You're using it to block an attack from a flying knife. Oh dear. We're talking serious bad judgment here. The pillow, of course, is ripped to shreds, but that's just the beginning. Just the first of many bad decisions that are make into your life. For instance, a few weeks later, you're at a picnic, and you drop a blueberry muffin onto a big red anthill. The fire ants swarm all over the muffin, and you decide to pick it up and eat it anyway. Your mother gives you $100 for your birthday. A beggar asks you for a quarter, but you don't have any change. You tear off a piece of a $100 bill and give it to him instead. When you grow up, you win a TV game show. The prize is a new car, but the car's blue and you hate that color and you say, no thanks, and give it back. See the problem? Of course, none of this will happen if you can learn how to choose more carefully. Go back to page 100 and choose more carefully. So this time we use the baseball bat on 35, I guess. That's the more careful choice. Help! Robin screams as the knife drifts towards him. Oh no! Right beside the floating knife is the ghost boy. You grab the baseball bat and take a swing. The bat goes right through the ghost's see-through body, and he laughs as if you've tickled him. Unfortunately, the bat comes out the other side of him and smashes right into Robin's desk lamp. Oops. The lamp flies off the desk and smashes into the floor. What was that? The woman's voice calls from the hallway. Uh-oh. Robin's mom is on her way. Turn to 75. Robin's mom is furious when she sees the broken lamp. How furious? You just say you and Robin were mowing lawns for a long time to play this lamp. and we're just talking to the lamp. We're just going to keep going over and over again to these same pages. We're going to 89. Keep having these same conversations. We've already done the pitch black house and the house in the dark. I think we're just going in circles now, and I don't know how to finish this book. I'm so sorry. How do we do it? Okay, so 83 takes us to the drain pipes on 128. We've already done that. And then the pitch black on 19. Okay, we already done that too. So I'm just going to keep going back. We got like 3 more options of whatever we didn't do. And we're going to work those out, I guess, and call it good. Okay, we scoot away from the moving blanket and press our back up against the wall. Something bumps into your foot and then your knee. Oh, something invisible has pinched you. There's a ghostly head. La la la. Okay, we have the option to choose our best friend to help us or to choose our worst enemy to help us. And we previously chose our best friend. So let's see what our worst enemy can do to help us on page 56. Whatever that one is. You decide to ask your worst enemy to help you. Digger Sikowski. That's the first time that pops into your head when you think about how to deal with this ghost. Digger is a 6th grader who lives a few blocks away. He's a bully and a jerk, and you can't think of anyone meaner or tougher. Perfect. Wait right here, you tell the ghost. You dash out of the house and run all the way to Digger's backyard. That's where Digger and his friends have built a treehouse. The ladder leading up to the treehouse has a sign on it. No trespassers. This means you. Climb this ladder at your own risk. You swallow hard and put your foot on the ladder. Keep climbing on page 70. You clutch the treehouse ladder so hard you get a splinter. The ladder is nailed to the side of the tree. There isn't much space for your hands or feet. The boards are wobbly and crooked, and you don't dare look down. When you're halfway up the ladder, too high to jump down, but not high enough to lift yourself onto the platform, Digger pops his head out of the treehouse and gives you a mean grin. Hey, he says in a musty voice. Looky what we got here, a trespasser. And then he leans over the edge of the platform with a bucket in his hands. He raises the bucket and turns it upside down directly over your head. Turn to page 7. Yuck! Everything in the bucket spills over your hair, head, face, shoulders, and shirt. Raw eggs, warm soda, sour milk, breadcrumbs. It's disgusting. Some used tissues are mixed in there too. What did you do that for? You yell angrily. You saw the sign, Digger replies. No trespassing. That means you. What a creep, you think. Digger is a total, certified jerk. In other words, he's just what you need to deal with that ghost. So what are you going to do? Keep climbing? Or take your chances with Digger? Or face the ghost alone? If we keep climbing, we go to 11. If we face the ghost alone, we go to 38. Let's see what our options are. Okay, 11. If you climb the last step of the ladder, you reach a top at the top of the platform and pull yourself up. Don't give up, do you? Digger says, as you sounding mildly impressed. Never, you say, trying to sound determined and tough. Digger brushes his long, greasy brown hair out of his eyes. He's a thick, chunky kid with bad teeth and worse skin. So what do you want? Digger asks you. A towel, for one thing, you say, wiping off some yucky gunk he dumped on your head. Digger throws you a rug. You try to clean yourself up, but then you look at Digger in the eyes. I need your help, you tell him. There's a ghost who's following me around. Ghost? Digger says. His face turns white as he looks nervously around. Where? I don't know, you admit. He could be back in my house, or he could be here. Here? Digger cries. Forget this, you decide. Digger is too much of a jerk. You'd rather face this ghost alone. You climb down the ladder and start to head back home. Pretty soon you realize that someone is walking beside you. You can hear his footsteps and you can feel the air moving. Wherever he's swinging his arms, you can't see him. It must be a ghost. Leave me alone, you shout at him, although you can't see a thing. He laughs under his breath. You'll never get away from me. Oh yeah, you think? We'll see about that. Try to lose this guy on page 79. You take off running, top speed. You dash down the street and zoom around the corner. And then, as fast as you can, you duck into a drugstore. Maybe the ghost didn't notice where you went, you hope. The drugstore owner glances up as you come in. May I help you, he asks. No, you say. I'm just looking. You head over to the magazine stand in the back of the store, and it's tall, and you're hoping the ghost won't see you behind it. You spend about 20 minutes browsing through the comics. When you think the coast is clear, you start to leave. Hold it right there, the drugstore owner says. He comes out from behind the counter and grabs your arm. I'm calling the cops on you. Huh? Since when is reading comics against the law? Find out on 119. What did I do? You ask the store owner. You know perfectly well, the owner says. Shoplifting. And then he reaches around behind your back and pulls out a comic book. Huh? You say? Where did that come from? Don't try to kid me, the owner says. I could see it plain as day. He smacks you on the forehead with a rolled up comic book. Did you really think you'd get away with tucking this into your waistband of your jeans? It wasn't even under your shirt. I don't know how you balanced it in all that way, and it's hardly tucked into your pants at all. You're dumbfounded, speechless. You didn't steal that comic book, honest. But then you hear the ghost snickering in your ear. Welcome to your new career, the ghost says. To make a long story short, the ghost fails you the rest of your life, getting you into trouble every step of the way. He takes money from your mother's purse and plants it in your dresser. He steals cars and then parks them in your driveway. Everywhere you go, things disappear and people blame you. In fact, you probably didn't pay for this book, did you? Well, just for that, you're facing the end. Oh, that was a 19 ending. We still got like 2 more. There was only one path in this book, you guys. That's weird. Okay, so now we're back to where they first tell us to stay away from the Luckmeyer twins, and we're like, we never met them. So let's see what happens when we meet them already on page 8. The Luckmeyer twins? What are they up to now, you wonder? As McFarlane drives off, you notice that the sky is growing dark. The night is falling, and there's a thin, wispy ring of clouds around the moon. An owl hoots nearby, and then it swoops towards you. Its claws seem to be aimed right for your face. You duck and feel the tip of its wing brush right past your cheek. When you glance up, you notice a curtain moving in a window on the 2nd floor of your grandmother's house. There they are! That teenage ghost and the twin sister with the braids wrapped around her head. Jane and John Luckmeyer, John points out to you and laughs easily. Let's hope he's not the keeper of the sword, you think. And then you notice something strange up in the attic window. A light flickers on and off, on and off. Is someone up there? Is it the keeper of the sword? There's only one way to find out. You take a deep breath and head towards the house, the haunted house. If we think John Luckmeyer is the keeper of the sword, then we go to 88. If we think the keeper of the sword is hiding in the attic, we go to 102. Let's go to 88, because I don't think we thought John was that. You go into the house and look for John Luckmeyer. After all, you think he might be the keeper of the sword. Are you serious? Luckmeyer? You think he might be the most powerful sword. The sword that can destroy the MPG. And didn't McFarlane warn you to stay away from that particular Joker? Uh-oh. You think that? You might have a serious problem. Take this test to find out. 3 true or false questions to determine if someone is crazy. 1. Spinach is an alien life form and should therefore never be eaten for dinner. True or false? 2. The characters in your favorite TV program actually live in your television set. True or false? And 3. The marshmallow crop was ruined this year by a terrible freeze from Florida. True or false? Find your score on page 117. If you answered true to any of the questions in the test, you should not continue reading this book. Close it and wait for the guys in the white coats to come take you away. Don't worry, you'll be fine after a nice long rest. On the other hand, if you answered false to any of these test questions, there may be hope for you. But you've got to face facts. John Luckmeyer is not the keeper of the sword, and the keeper of the sword is much scarier and much more terrifying ghost. Turn to page 8 to face reality and choose again. Okay, so that brings us to 102. I've already been here. You guys, I'm so sorry. I feel like we've already been here. We've just lost our place. So this goes to 104. We've already found a person in the attic. We've already did the fencer and the soldier. That's a whole thing. I just can't. I think we just got lost in there. Okay, so the very first choice we had in the book was to run outside or to talk to the ghost. And I think we chose to talk to the ghost and not run outside. Running outside would take us straight to 18. I'm going outside, you stutter. That's nice, your grandmother says, returning to her baking. And when you come back in, I hope you'll stop being so silly. She still doesn't notice the ghost in the doorway. You back up towards the door of the porch, and you keep your eye on the ghost the whole time. And she keeps her glowing eyes on you. As soon as your hand reaches the doorknob behind you, you turn, fling the door open, and bolt. But just as you start down the back porch steps, 2 hands grab your ankle. Ah! You cry as you trip, and you sprawl head first down the stairs. Land on page 39. Ouch! You land face down at the bottom of the steps. Good thing it wasn't a long flight of stairs. You're only bruised and scratched. You scraped your chin, but nothing's broken. Ha ha ha. You hear a boy's voice say. You turn towards the voice. You want to see the jerk who made you trip? Wait a minute. There's no jerk behind you. You blink to be sure. Yep, you're sure. There's absolutely no one standing at the top of the stairs or anywhere else. Turn to page 44. Haha, the boy's voice taunts again. Gotcha, a girl's voice joins in. Right in front of your amazed eyes, a boy and a girl slowly begin to materialize. When they finally take shape, you can see that they're teenagers, but teenagers from a long time ago. The boy is dressed in a funny-looking black suit with frilly white shirt and shiny black shoes. The girl is wearing a long, old-fashioned white linen dress. Her hair is braided and the braids are wrapped around her head 3 times. The boy and the girl look almost solid, but not quite. You can see right through them. Boo, they shout at the same time. And then they double over in hysterical laughter. Your heart is still pounding wildly. Is this really happening? Or are they dreaming? There's one way to find out. Pinch yourself. If it hurts, turn to 53. If it doesn't, turn to 60. No doubt about it. You are definitely awake. This is really happening, which means you are face to face with two teenage ghosts. You stand up and brush yourself off. Who are you, you ask, trying not to let your voice tremble. What do you want, and what are you doing here? I'm Jane Luckmeyer, the girl ghost says, and this is my dearly beloved twin brother, John. John bows deeply, and then he sticks out his tongue. Oh, John, Jane cries, this will be so much fun. Yes, dear sister, John answers. We haven't had anyone to torment in ages. An eternity, Jane agrees. But I've spent the time thinking of ever more horrible tricks and tortures. You don't like the sound of that? Could these two creeps have something to do with creeping coffins? Tell me something, you say, hoping you sound casual. Why have the coffins been moving around? But the twins don't answer you. Instead, they cackle horribly and grin at you. So we did 53, and we're doing 60 to 74. You didn't feel that? Uh-oh. Pinch again. Nothing? You've obviously fallen asleep while reading this book. You've gone bye-bye to dreamland. You're probably snoring, too. The thing is, in your dreams, you'll probably be able to handle these ghosts. But in real life, well, that's a different story. Go ahead. Snooze on. Enjoy it. We'll see how well you survive when you wake up. When you wake up, go to page 53. Okay. Somewhere between those two, I think I reached the end of the book, you guys. We have the option to run outside or talk to the ghost on 18 or 25. Takes 239. 25. Yeah, that's it, you guys. I can't do more. There may be a couple tiny little bits in the book we missed. But I think we're done. I think we did it. We found 19 endings. So somewhere there's at least one more. But at this point, I cannot find it. There's too much backtracking that happened, and I got lost at the end. So I'm so sorry. Because I cannot survive any longer. And we made it to only 3 viewers, which is more like 0 viewers considering when we had like 8, only 1 person was still participating. So I'm going to assume nobody's really here anymore and they're just watching me be tired on the screen. And I'm so sorry. If anyone is still actively here, please tell me right now, because we have one more choice to make, as in, what's the book we're going to do next week? Anyone here still? I still got some books. We got some options. Friends. Countrymen. Is anyone here? We've got this one. Attack of the Beastly Babysitter. Or Deep in the Jungle of Doom. Or Your Plant Food. I've only got 3 books left in my current collection that we haven't read yet. And we need to plan for one for next week. I might have to make a poll on Facebook because nobody is here listening to me anymore. And I'm tired, and you're tired, and we're all just going to bed. I guess that's it, you guys. No, not Secret Agent Grandma. We can't do that until we've completed every other Goosebumps book, since we already did it once. If we can complete every single other Goosebumps book, we can do Secret Agent Grandma again. But we gotta complete all the other ones first. That's just how it works. So there's 3 options. I guess I'll put it on Facebook if nobody's gonna vote here. Between your plant food, or Attack of the Beastly Babysitter, or Deep in the Jungle of Doom, because those are the only ones we have left to choose from. That's it. I'm dying now. So you're dying now. Everyone is dead for Goosebumps. But we will come back to life next week at 7 p.m. on Friday. Next week, whatever that day is. That's not today. It is a 4 plus 7. 12, approximately. The 11th. The 11th. Friday, December 11th. We'll be back. We'll do another book. And someone will choose. Not anyone that's here, apparently, because they're not here anymore to decide. But someone will choose what this book will be. And we will be back with another book next week, because I have nothing better to do. And I love hanging out with you guys. So, peace out. Good night. I hope you enjoyed this stream. Please enjoy the next stream. Please come back. And that's it.